Car, you all right?
I am okay, and I don't have anything.
Good morning, everybody. I
morning,
call our
sir.
November 16th, 2023 Board Work Session to order. At this time, I will call upon Dr. Wendy Miller, Superintendent and Secretary to the Board, to take a roll call of the Board of Education, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Ms. Naomi Clark,
Present.
Ms. Jennifer Dacey,
Present.
Carl Ipock,
Present?
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger,
Present.
Ms. Kelly Muse,
Present.
Mr. Brent Manning,
Present.
Mr. Scott Murphy.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I would ask the Board if there be any amendments to the Board's agenda. Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to adopt the November 16th, 2023 Board Work Session agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right hand. And motion passes. Thank you. At this time, I call upon Board Member Ms. Clark to review the safety procedures.
Thank you, sir. In the event of a fire emergency, we will split the room in half. The right side of the room will exit out of the door to my left, and the left side of the room will exit out of the door to my right. Those moving to my right will go out into the parking lot towards the bagel shop. Those moving to my left will go out to the digital sign near Glen Burnie Street and get as far away from the building until the fire department comes and clears the building. That concludes my statement, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I call upon Board Attorney Mr. Brian Gatchell to offer an invocation for our meeting today.
Board members, if you'll please pray with me. Holy God, may we seek you this day, that you would allow yourself to be found. May we call upon you that you would hear our prayers. All you ask of us is that we forsake our wicked ways, behavior that tears down, wounds, and causes pain intended to demean and dehumanize another. You require that we forsake our unrighteous thoughts, thinking that is not just contrary to your will, but brazenly opposed to your love for all creation. Let us each return to you, setting aside both our shame and our pride, that you would have compassion upon us. Let us come back into right relationship with you, where we will receive the abundance of your pardon. It is clear that your thoughts are not our thoughts, your ways are not our ways. For sure as the heavens are above this earth, so your ways are higher than our ways. Your thoughts exceed well beyond our own. With humility, then, we offer ourselves, our thoughts, our ways, and our very beings to your service this day. In the magnificence of your name we dare to pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. At this time, I would ask Ms. Kitzinger if she would lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
This morning, we would like to recognize our parent and student representatives that are attending the Board of Education work session. Rebecca Bonacki, parent of student of a West Craven High School. She's here, and we have a seat for you right here front and center. If you would come and join us. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here. We would also like to recognize our students, Alan Lopez Romero and Isabella Sutton from West Craven High School, and joining us today as well. So welcome to everybody. At this time, we would also like to recognize our 2023-2024 Principal of the Year, Ms. Caitlin Watson, And we would also like to recognize our 2023-2024 Teacher of the Year, Ms. Roughton. First name, I know this up here. Nardi, I could not remember, sorry. It was misprinted up here. All right, so we welcome all of you here today. Of course, any of our representatives, if you have any input, just raise your hand and we'll be glad to call upon you and recognize you. At this time, we will ask Dr. Miller if she would provide the board with her superintendent updates.
Again, good morning. It's always a pleasure to stand here and talk about the great things happening in Craven County Schools. There's so many wonderful things. Sometimes it's hard to mention everything, so I'm just going to highlight a few things. You were just talking about our Teacher of the Year, Ms. Roughton. She actually had her regional. She's one of the 2 regional finalists for the Southeast region. Tuesday, a week ago, she had a team come and they spend the entire day? Spent half a day in her school, watching her teach, talking to colleagues, talking with students. Been through that myself. It's a little stressful because they just pick kids to talk to. And kids are the most honest folks you will ever meet, right? But I'm sure they said great things, so we will know who the regional Teacher of the Year is in December, so not too much of a wait, and certainly fingers crossed that she moves on to represent this region and moves on to the State Teacher of the Year. So just wanted to give a shout out to her and her school that supported her that day when a whole team is in your school visiting. Next, I wanted to give you an update on the strategic plan. As you're aware, we are beginning to work on the next strategic plan that will guide the work of Craven County Schools for the next 5 years. Just this week, District Cabinet began examining current realities and defining our vision for the future of Craven County Schools. We had the opportunity to kind of close our eyes and dream in 5 years, what do we want from Craven County Schools? And I will tell you, the folks in that room have pretty lofty goals, but I think everybody in that room believes that we can do that if we work together. So in the next few months, we will begin engaging Board of Education members to help us with the plan, as well as school leaders, teachers, staff, students, and community members, because it is the plan for all of us to move forward. One of the things we talked about is the importance of engaging our community and our support folks like county commissioners. They help us do our work. So we will all be developing that plan that will begin next school year, and you will be a part of that. So I did want to give you an update that it was an exciting day filled with dreams for Craven County school teachers and students. As you're aware, and I may have mentioned this last time, but I just wanted to say this again because I know there's lots of concern about the benefits of technology, but also concerns about screen time and research on that. We hosted Attorney General Josh Stein at Grover C. Fields and had an open discussion where community, parents, and employees came and talked about the benefits, but also the dangers of social media and online activity for our young people. Parents, district and school leaders, even grandparents and law enforcement was represented, and it was very informative, and we were thrilled that Craven County Schools was selected as the district that he wanted to visit. We will continue to foster these type partnerships in order to keep our students safe. Esports. So somebody asked me that this week, what is that? It's sort of like playing sports online. So it's kind of a new thing, but our students are very skilled in technology. If you don't understand how to work your iPhone, take it to a 5-year-old. They'll be able to help you out. They can get into your phone. They know your passcode. You don't even know how they know. But again, a benefit of technology, esports, a fairly new competition for our students. And although it's new, several of our students actively compete in esports. In fact, West Craven High School and New Bern High School have teams that are advancing to the regional competitions. So they're kind of in their playoffs, right? And so I just wanted to publicly say best of luck to both teams as they move forward. We also have, and I'm sure everybody knows this, 2 high school football teams that are moving to round 3, still in the playoffs, moving to the next round of competition. Congratulations and best of luck to Havelock High School Rams and the New Bern Bears. As the holidays are approaching, we're working hard to let our staff know how much they're appreciated and how blessed we are to be surrounded by great people who are committed to student learning. new this year, and Jennifer just told me about this yesterday, we're working on this. We've planned a holiday event for the first time ever, especially for our beginning teachers. It's not professional development, it's no work, it's just gathering to celebrate them. At a time when it's so important that our staff feels valued, and recruitment and retention are vital since the colleges are not producing educators like they once did, it's so important we let our folks know that we value them as an educator, but also just as a person that lives in our community. So we're going to have a holiday mingle for our beginning teachers on December 19th, and I will send you more information if you would like to join us. There will be games, prizes, and a celebration of the work they're doing in our classrooms each and every day. One other thing I want to start doing, and I know the board has their spotlight, but I want to start doing each month just spotlighting an employee or an employee group that I think publicly needs spotlighting. And this month, I would like to spotlight Hillary Boutwell and the accountability team. The work she has done and her team to help our principals dig deep in the data is amazing. They are able to dig down and look at data to drive continuous improvement in our schools. They've worked long hours, probably in the last couple of days, till 1 or 2 a.m. to get the board and the community the data that we need to understand our current reality, but also to drive improvement from the boardroom to the classroom. And I just want to publicly thank her and her team for all the work they do. She will not like this, so I didn't tell her I was going to do this. Folks don't always like to be spotlighted, but certainly they deserve the spotlight to be shown on them when they're doing such great work for our district. They're in the back in a little place with no windows, but a lot of work goes on back there. So I'm bringing them out to the light today, so I publicly spotlight Dr. Hillary Boutwell and her team. Look, now she won't be worth anything all day. You can get me later, Dr. Boutwell. Look, she's going.
Get her a bottle of water.
That's right. That's all I have for you today, and I appreciate the work you do.
Okay, I got one thing.
Okay.
So, since we're going to be working on our strategic plan, I've been thinking about that, because, you know, we've had some conversations about it, and I would like to have maybe some of our core curriculum teachers work close with some of our CTE teachers, because that aligns and they partner, right? Math, science, especially, right? Maybe it will help drive some of those science scores up with some of the STEM stuff that goes on. And I'd like for us, we've always built a plan, right? And we have an end goal. I mean, you know how much time I spend in the car, traveling, right? So I have checkpoints along the way. Well, I've made it to Roanoke, so I've got this far to go. I've made it to here, so I've got this much further to go. We've never had checkpoints or a rest stop. You know, I mean, we all have to stop and go to the bathroom on a road trip, right? So you stop and you check and you do whatever. We need to have built-ins on this to see if we're on task.
And I'm looking around at cabinet members, and they're smiling. We did exactly that, and that was part of our expectation. We shared with the facilitator, almost like benchmark for students. We don't want to wait till the end of the 5 years and say, well, we really missed that, because this is not a plan that we put up on the wall and say, isn't that pretty? It's going to be a working plan, and we can adjust and change as we go and we see the need. My hope and my desire for this district is that goals we set at the end of 5 years, we reach them before then, and then we can set higher and loftier goals. But we will actually have a document that will be included, and I shared with the facilitator when they said, do you want this, this, or this? I said, yes. We want all of it. We want the nice big book for folks that want to read details, and for the board. We want a one-pager that you and I can share when I speak to community groups, that they can get a summary of what we're working on. And then we want posters that anybody that walks in our school, they know what Craven County Schools is about. So we have built that in, and that will be in the booklet we share, and it will have at the end of each year. So if we want a 10% gain, we know each year we need to be about 2% closer. So one of my things was for us to be in the top 20 highest performing school districts in the state. And we're currently at 47, so I know to get us to 20, where we need to be each year moving up toward that. Dr. Boone?
This will be a living document.
Absolutely. Dr. Boone, of course, we discussed first day of school, no vacancies. Pretty lofty goal, but that's what we want for our kids. So we set that goal, so each year we want to see day one that our numbers are going down. So you're exactly right, that will be a part of our plan, and we will share that with the board. Our benchmark data, here's where we are. We're moving toward this goal, or we have some work to do, and maybe we need some additional strategies, or some of the strategies aren't working and we need to try something new. But it is going to be a living, working document. It certainly will be online, but it's going to be developed by the community and our stakeholders, students and parents, and they will be informed too of how we're doing on our journey toward excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and up next, I'm going to ask Vice Chairman Mr. Scott Murphy if he'll read the proclamation from North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper naming November 2023 as Career Development Month and November 15th as North Carolina Career Development Day.
North Carolina Career Development Month and North Carolina Career Development Coordinator Day 2023, whereas career development coordinators in career and technical education programs in North Carolina public schools are committed to helping students explore their potential personal, social development, educational achievement, and lifelong learning and career management within the National Career Development Guidelines framework. And whereas career development coordinators provide the supporting materials to ensure our schools meet the national standards and competencies established by the National Career Development Association, and whereas career development coordinators support the mission of North Carolina's CTE program by providing community resources and services that help students succeed in life, college, and/or careers, citizen readiness, and as productive members of society, and whereas career development coordinators assist students with career planning and empower students to make informed decisions regarding their post-high school plans, which may include immediate employment in a civilian or military occupation or further education at a vocational program, community college, or university. And whereas career development coordinators support the work of career and technical education organizations, extending students' learning paths based on instructional competency, career development education can contribute to increase attendance, raise achievement, and improve graduation rates. And whereas career development coordinators assist students in understanding the 16 career clusters in the National Career Cluster Framework, representing 79 career paths to success in college, career and citizen readiness through development education, CTE students gain the critical thinking, creative, problem-solving, leadership, and essential employable skills necessary to thrive in the modern business world and contribute to the vitality of our state and nation. Now, therefore, Roy Cooper, Governor of the State of North Carolina, do hereby proclaim November 2023 as North Carolina Career Development Month and November 15, 2023 as North Carolina Career Development Coordination Day in North Carolina.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right. Up next, we have Dr. Boone here with us with Human Resources to provide our Report 5 for November.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Okay. Prior to the meeting, I distributed a copy of Human Resources Report Number 5 for the month of November. It would be my pleasure if you all would approve Human Resources Report Number 5.
Would I have a motion? All right, question, Ms.
Just
Stacy,
one-
and then Ms. Muse.
One comment, really. So, just so we're tracking our progress, I think that this is the lowest number of vacancies that I've seen over the last couple years. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Down the path I'm getting ready to jump on.
I just got started, but
We hadn't even talked about this.
well, I just wanted to point that out. You know, I mean, obviously, we would love to have all the positions filled.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not the reality of what we're capable of doing, but it's obviously positive that we're going in the right direction. And I
Yes,
just want
ma'am.
to thank you for that.
Thank you, and I give all the credit to the people in HR and the principals who are getting the candidates in the building.
And I know, having spoken to some of our principals in our buildings, I'm super excited about some filled custodian positions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I
Ms.
have a
Muse,
question.
So
I'll get you next.
this handy bar that you've got here for us,
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you how big of a deal it would be because our vacancies are the lowest they've been in a long time. How big of a deal it would be, just for quick reference for everybody that looks at it. So, you know, we always have a lot of vacancies, it seems like, when school starts,
Mm-hmm.
because people are still filtering in.
Yes, ma'am.
But if we could have how many vacancies we started with, and to keep that, and then that way we can see our progress, because that would be continuous improvement, right?
Yeah. So you want like a tracking report every month?
Not,
How about a bar graph
Yeah,
that shows
okay.
where we are and the number underneath and by the month?
but you know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yes,
That
ma'am.
way it just shows the progress,
That we're
because
making.
we are gaining ground, and that needs to be able to be seen.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Clark?
Dr. Boone, I don't know if you have the figures, but of these vacancies that have been filled, how many have been filled by long-term subs?
Actually, Ms. Clark, we don't take vacancies off of the report when we have long-term subs. So even though long-term subs are in the positions, they're still considered vacancies. So we don't take them off if a long-term sub is in the position.
My question, though, is do you know how many positions are filled across the board by long-term subs?
I can get that information for you. I don't have it off the top of my head. Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I would entertain a motion that we pass November Human Resource Report number 5.
So move.
Second.
Moved in second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right hand, and motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Next up is a break. Are y'all ready to cruise on, though? Or do we need a break? I know we got some lengthy curriculum and instruction, so we want to take a break in the middle of that. Just move the break down. Everybody good? Thumbs up? All right, we'll keep moving. Next up is curriculum and instruction, and with that, we ask for the Lexi contract renewal, Mr. Jason Griffin to join us.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
Today, I would like to bring to you the annual review of our Lexia contract and would like to ask for your approval at the end of my presentation. And we are going to start with a video. And for our viewers online, you will not be able to hear the audio, but the link is provided that you can go back and take a look.
Hi, I'm Catherine Bayless, an instructional coach at Roger Bell New Tech Academy. I've taught 2nd and 3rd grade for 6 years, where I had the opportunity to use Lexia with my own students. Lexia is an invaluable tool for our educators to plan personalized reading instruction for their students. At Roger Bell, we utilize the Resource Hub to enhance classroom instruction. This hub offers a wealth of support for our teachers when crafting lessons for their students. The Support for Instruction section contains pre-written lesson slides that are user-friendly and scripted to empower teachers to deliver instruction with confidence. Decodable books and fluency passages are provided to assist teachers in enhancing reading comprehension and nurturing fundamental reading skills during instruction. The skill builders are tailored to match the students' Lexia levels and are accessible for teachers in order to provide additional support at their present proficiency level. Additionally, it offers assistance in phonics, vocabulary, and writing. All the teaching resources available are grounded in research and equip our teachers with the necessary tools to support their students effectively.
Hi, I'm Haley Hardy, and I'm a first grade teacher here at Roger Bell, and I'm also a product of Craven County Schools. I love Lexia because I am a new teacher, and so I feel that it's a great way for my students to practice materials I've taught them in class at their own pace and on their own leveled time. I love looking at the data from Lexia to determine what my next steps are for my students and what ways I can better support them after I've taught the lesson. It's a great way for students to practice these skills and for me to make sure I am teaching them what they need to know. I'm Caroline Goblin, the principal at Roger Bell New Tech Academy, and as an administrator, Lexia gives me the opportunity to keep track of every student's literacy growth from kindergarten through 5th grade, and we also use Lexia English for our English as a second language learners. In addition, we have reports we can pull that we can really look at a student and see these are the skills that are challenging to the student or they're struggling with. And on a bigger school picture, we can look at our core and see by grade level that a certain skill is a challenge for every student, and we can adjust our core instruction for that.
Hi, I'm Katie Chadwick, Assistant Principal at Tucker Creek Middle School. At the middle school level, we use Lexia Power Up to enrich reading instruction and support students' specific literacy needs. We utilize the 3 components of Power Up: word study, grammar, and comprehension to grow our middle school readers. We use Lexia with our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. Lexia allows students to work on their independent level while being appropriately challenged with embedded scaffolds that the program provides. Additionally, teachers use data and reports to identify gaps in understanding and areas of literacy weaknesses. Then teachers access specific Lexia lessons to provide targeted support to small groups and individual students. Lexia assists teachers in providing a tiered system of support to students.
So before I get too far into the presentation, I want to thank the staff at Roger Bell and Tucker Creek for collaborating and putting this video together for you, just to kind of give you an overview of what to expect with Lexia Core 5 and also with Lexia Power Up. If we could pull up the presentation, we'll go just through the slides. I won't read each of it to you, but some of you are new to the board since we've had a Lexia presentation, so I want to walk you through it. Make sure you have a good understanding of what we're getting with this program. Second slide, yep. So, as it was stated in the video, Lexia Core 5 is designed to give to all students. So, at the beginning of the school year, we give a placement test to all of our students in all 15 elementary schools and also at Craven Virtual. And they take a test and it places them where their skill set falls. You can see that the chart here shows recommended times based on where the kids fall. So if a kid is in kindergarten and they fall within the high-risk category, the recommendation is 60 minutes a week. It's important to note that oftentimes our students don't have to necessarily spend 60 minutes a week because they meet what's called their units. They have certain units that they have to achieve each week. So if they meet that, they don't necessarily have to do 60 minutes, and that's okay. So you can see a breakdown of what that looks like at each level. A student who's on target in 4th grade would only have to work 20 minutes in the program. And then there are occasions where we have some very high flyers who actually place out of the program. And then once they do that, we have a certain set of directions for those teachers and things that they can do with those students. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the same thing for Power Up. Power Up is for grades 6, 8. I do want to point out to the board that the purpose of Power Up is to accelerate literacy gains for students, and it's for students who are at risk. While this program is not designed for all students. Schools can choose to give it to all of their students. They can give them the placement test and see which areas they fall in. As Ms. Chadwick explained in the video, there's 3 different areas. There's word study, there's grammar, there's comprehension. And then within those levels, you've got different zones. That's what you see here. You see foundational. Kid that falls in foundational, that's the very basic skills that you need to be, successful in grade 6 through 8. That would require 45 minutes. Intermediate, which is what we call in grade level or on grade level, that's 35 minutes a week. And then the advanced is 25. And then there are Lexia lessons that are provided. So when the program gives the assessment, students are working in the program, there's also an instructional piece that goes along with it. So we're not sitting kids in front of a computer just solely working on a computer and the computer teaching the kid. That's not how this works. The teachers are provided slideshows, a bunch of resources. I'm going to show you all that stuff so that once they get the data from the program, they can go back and work with their students. Next slide, please. My good friend, Ms. Clark, hear you oftentimes during when we're up here presenting, you talk about the word fidelity. And any program, whether it's Lexia, whether it's HMH into math, fidelity has to be behind the program. And that fidelity is from students to administrators. With Lexia, in the circle, you see that with the teacher, there's 3 steps here. There's independent student practice that they do on a computer. Then there's ongoing data that's provided, and it's updated instantly. So we don't have to wait 24 hours to see updates. I could log into my phone right now and pull up, see where our students are at. Then there's teacher-led instruction. So instead of teachers having to go outside the program to find other resources on, there's a site called Teacher Pay Teachers. I'm pretty sure you've heard of that. They don't have to go to these other resources. Everything is housed within Lexia. So let's talk about fidelity. So with our students, we ask that they meet their target number of minutes at least half the weeks out of the school year. We want them to have usage at least 20 weeks out of the year, which we don't have any issues with that. You'll see that from the data. We ask that our teachers check My Lexia on a regular basis to see which of our students are struggling. For example, in Core 5, you get the little red apples that pop up. They let the teachers know that they're struggling. So Ms. Roughton, will be given activities in her classroom at Creekside to provide to her students to help with reinforcing skills that they need help on. Teachers also, as I just said, the Lexia lessons, and then once they get to an end of an activity, they get skill builders, and the teachers just kind of track that progress. We ask that our administrators celebrate our students. Creekside does a really good job, Ms. Kim Scott, along with many others, putting out on social media students that level up to get to the next level. We have about 150 to 200 students throughout the district that actually level up every single day. And this can't be successful without our administrators communicating those high expectations clearly and frequently throughout the building. Next slide, please. So along with fidelity, we've got to have some implementation practices in place. So we've worked very closely with Lexia to create these for our schools. So if you will click on the link that says checklist. So this checklist here, and it's kind of hard to see, but this is for coaches, so for our elementary and secondary coaches. This could be for the DITFs, Ms. Emmerich's team, or even administrators. This is a way to go in and check for fidelity of implementation. So the first thing you see at the top says students are consistently engaged in the online student program. This is a quick little walkthrough form that we've created with Lexia to help check the usage. If you'll scroll to page 3, Ms. Roughton, as the teacher, could do this self-assessment for herself. And these are best practices. So she could take this form, and the green area is, that's where you want to be. Red is, areas that we would need to work on. So at the top here, it says student usage data is consistently reviewed to ensure students meet their target usage. So this is something that administrators can use with their teachers and their PLCs, and this is for Lexia Core 5 and Power Up. All right, if you'll exit of that, go back to the presentation. I won't go into these, but these here are for your, if you want to take some time and dig through these. These, we've put together some guides and next steps to support our teachers, especially like Ms. Hardy in the video, who's a brand-new teacher to the district, is new to Lexia. These are implementation practices for teachers. So when you click on these links here, there's videos that are done that shows what this looks like in an ideal classroom. So those are resources that we've provided to our teachers to help out. And then let's talk about data on the next slide. We've actually had Lexia Core 5 in the district for 5 years. We actually have had it at Roger Bell for 6 years. They kind of got the ball rolling early on, and then we saw the success there, and then we've adapted it throughout the district. So this data here you will see for the past 3 years. So just to kind of go through the colors, the dark gray shows students that are 2+ grade levels below where they should be. The light gray is 1 grade level below. I don't want to necessarily say Carolina blue, because
That's okay.
that's not my favorite blue. But kind of the Carolina blue is in grade level or on grade level, and then the darker blue that I prefer is above grade level. Because that's what we want people to excel, right? Just like our basketball teams. So here's a breakdown of the beginning of the year and end of the year data. And I could spend a lot of time talking about these numbers, but what you can see, each of these 3 years that are provided, the students, when they come in that are 2 years or below, you can see that they're ending the year at a much lower rate. Ms. Lee and I had a great conversation yesterday, and she posed a question for me. She's like, well, when you look at the beginning of the next year, you see the percentages go back up. And we can kind of attribute that based off of summer slide, and, kids, over the summer, not necessarily on a device all the time, they're not practicing. So we do attribute some of those percentages to that. But you can see that we definitely want to end up in that Duke blue, that high percentage. So you can see where we ended last year with 53% of our students above grade level in their skills. So that we're proud of that.
Is it also different content, like the next grade level content that they're beginning on, that could also attribute to that?
Absolutely. And you think about, kindergarten, for example. We've got kids that have had no type of, pre-K, no kind of school experience. So they're coming in and we're giving the best to the best of what we got. And then we have, kids coming from, other states and stuff. So we've got to take that into consideration as well. If you'll go to the next slide, we'll look at some secondary data. I'm sorry.
I just want to ask you one other thing. Obviously, we do want the Duke blue to be predominant.
I like how you stated
so
that.
I know, I just have to needle my Tar Heels. But do we have any data that essentially would track a cohort over that time? Because this is a compilation of multiple grade levels, correct?
Yes, it is.
So I guess I would love to see data on a cohort that has been using Lexia as they move through, from 5 years ago to current, so that we're actually seeing with that cohort the benefit of it with that group of kids.
Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely something we can provide.
I think another interesting thing is to also look at end of grade reading results with the same group, because we've already talked about it and we kind of know what you're going to see. The group that has experienced this, their end of grade tests and reading are looking better than the students that have not been on Lexia as long. And that's the exciting thing for me, that it's not just they're doing well in this, but that learning's transferring to other areas. We know if they're better readers, they're going to be better in science and math. Reading is foundation on all the courses. So great request, but I think it's also important for us to look at the same group and their integrated test results compared to students that did not participate.
Right, that would be interesting. And since we had Roger Bell starting a year ahead of everybody else, you do have a control group, right? So you've had that group using Lexia longer, and then we have a group that did not, the rest of the district didn't start. I know we had the pandemic in the middle, I understand, which is, and I think I would imagine that's largely an explanation for some of what we're seeing there in that graph, in addition to the summer slide. So just another data point that I think would be helpful for us to see.
And I'll be more than happy to get that data for everybody. That's not an issue at all. In addition to the program, we do get coaching from Lexia, and Ms. Watson, if she wants to chime in, she could talk about that part as well. So they have sessions, they all have like 4 or 5 sessions, each principal, with Abby Benson, who's our Lexia contact, and they do a lot of digging into cohort data, which is something that we can compile very easily and get that for you. You want to speak on that?
I have a persistent cough, so if I struggle to get through this talk, I apologize. Is it on? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay. I'm just going to talk really loud. How about that?
That works.
So we do meet frequently with Ms. Benson. Ms. Benson is extremely passionate about Lexia. She comes very prepared. She's able to provide our school with teacher usage, student usage, and we're able to look at data, but she also is able to guide us with action planning and what that would look like, how to get more teachers on board. If we have new teachers to our staff, she works with us to coordinate professional development opportunities for them. We meet at least 3 to 4 times a year with her, and if we need to meet more frequently than that, we're able to do so. But she does bring a wealth of knowledge, and she is super helpful with implementation and fidelity of the program.
Thank you. So if you go to the next slide, the next 3 slides are just trend data for the past 3 years. And this data is broken up a little bit differently because of the 3 different target areas at the secondary level of word study, grammar, and comprehension. But the same thing that you see with the Core 5 data, you see that where our students start with foundational, that's coming in, the basics. And then we want the students to move to advanced. So you can see here, each of the past 3 years, this is 2020, 2021, you can see that we've got more of those darker blues, and that's what we want to see, and then less of the gray down at the bottom. If you'll go to the next slide, please. So this is 21, 22 data. You can see the same thing of where we start and then when we finish up in those 3 areas. And then for last year's data on the next slide. And then the next slide, to go back to Dr. Miller's point, we'll go to the next slide. We've got some test data here. I remember when I first started here in Craven County, it was mentioned that we really needed to, focus on our 4th grade students. And the 4th grade data is what pops out to me here in Lexia. And I think that, going back to Ms. Dacey, your point about looking at some of that cohort data, I would think that Lexia does have some impact in those numbers there with seeing a higher blue bar there. We do have some dips in some places, but it's nothing significant. But I do have to say that ultimately our test score is a result of great teachers. It's not programs, it's people. But we do think that Lexia is able to give us, some extra tools in our toolkit to help students get where they should be. And if you'll go to the next slide. So we got to have a plan for success. We've talked about fidelity. We've talked about implementing what we've said we're going to do, and then we've set some goals as a district. So it's important that at the district level and the school level that we check for consistent, equitable usage, and we always preach to our teachers that we want to look at units and not just minutes. Just because it says 60 minutes is recommended doesn't mean that a student has to spend full 60 minutes. They might be able to do it in 30 minutes, and that's a week and not a day. We encourage our schools to use proactive data routines and problem solving, using the aligned resources that are provided within the program. We ask schools to have a well-defined Lexia time. When I'm in elementary schools, they have times that are blocked off, and it's just for Lexia. And you'll walk in, you'll see kids working on Lexia, you'll see a teacher at the back table working with students on skills that they need help on. We want to encourage our leaders to celebrate our champions and students that are leveling up. And we track the data monthly. We provide reports on a regular basis to our schools of data that we're analyzing. We're going to get some cohort data to share with them as well. And then we want our schools to plan for small group instruction based on results that we get from the program. Then on the next slide is just some resources. If you will click on Lexia Core 5, I've included these in here, but just so you can kind of see, in addition to, what do the teachers get? You'll hear teachers talking about the codable readers. We have access to those from the platform. We also have access to all different types of goal-setting sheets. They have slide decks. Many of our teachers love using Google Slides and PowerPoint, and the slide decks are already prepared on the different skills, and that's for Lexia Core 5 and Power Up. But there's a wealth of resources. There's a school-to-home spot up here for parent resources. When we send out results, there's parent letters in there. And then what I like is the research behind the program that shows the proof in the pudding that this is a very successful program. All right, that's all I have. Any questions?
All right, Ms. Casino.
I just have some comments, and it's mostly as a parent, but as a board member, I am in full support of this program. And that has changed a little bit, because as a parent, last year I had a student in middle school who was in a reading intervention class. And I think that the class wasn't quite implemented the way that it should have been due to some circumstances, because basically what had happened was he was just thrown in this class and they were just on Lexia and that was it, and if they did it, they got some candy at the end of class. But I believe that class is changed this year for the better. And on the other hand, my elementary students, I have a kindergartner and a second grader, and they absolutely love Lexia. My kindergartner will come home a couple days a week and he'll be like, Mommy, we got to do Lexia today. And he did do pre-K last year for about 8 months. I don't think they did any reading, but this year he's already reading. And to me, that's incredible. And my second grader, he can read just as well as, well, maybe not as well as an adult, but almost as well. And I think if my middle schooler had more experience with Lexia, because I don't know if, anyway, we weren't here while he was in elementary school. We came back when he was in 5th grade, and so he only got that for 5th, 6th, and now he's in 7th grade. And if he had exposure to this more in elementary school, I think he would be better off than he is now. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I love this program. So
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Muse.
Okay, so remember last year when we had to renew the contract, we discussed it at the board meeting that night. The kids compete with each other to level up. I
They do.
asked them that night at the meeting when they were here, and they love it. So, of course, I'm going to support it, but I didn't know that there was an English second language funnel for that. So my question is, I mean, we don't just get English second language students, because I had a conversation with a lady last night who hasn't been here very long, and she's an adult, and she was talking to me about how nervous she gets interacting with people at stores or the hair salon or the gas station, just navigating life, right? So, and I get that it's kind of elementary, the slides, they're pretty simple and basic. But when you've not had any exposure at all, what can we do to give our high school kids, even though it's very basic, I imagine, for the ESL piece in Lexi. I don't know, I haven't done it. Is it?
So let's say English, we contract for our newcomers when they come in, primarily for K-8. And then we encourage high school to use Duolingo, which is a free program that they can use to get that social language going, and a lot of those places to acclimate them to the interactions that they'll have in society and in school.
So we are doing something for our high school learners that are ESL.
And we also have tutors.
Because we've never talked about it. I mean, we've never talked about what we're doing for our high school kids that are ESL. We've never had that conversation, so we need to have that conversation.
So what we can do is, so I've got 2 homework assignments. So the cohort data, we'll put that together, and then we'll also put together our Lexia English, which is a product of Lexia, but it's not a part of this contract. But it is a program that we've used. We piloted it,
2 years ago, we piloted it at our schools that had the highest number of immigrant students that came in. And it was successful at those schools. So we have now entered into a contract that's based on our counts of how many come in. It's supposed to be a bridge to get them to Core 5 or power up those pieces so that they can understand those pieces, particularly in reading development. The Core 5 elements are actually what they need to be able to learn the English language in terms of reading acclimation. So when our elementary friends come in and we screen them and they are entering, then a lot of times our teachers will get them into Lexi English, and then we will bridge into Core 5 so that they have those pieces there. It's not meant for them to be on it forever. It is meant them to kind of be a bridge to understand how to acclimate and understand the language that they're going to see in Core 5 and in their classroom and interactions with peers that they have there. So we use about 150 licenses right now. We have just over 700 multilingual learners, but in terms of the entering phase, we have about 150.
All right, Ms. Lee?
So could we put on an upcoming board agenda a presentation of our ESL population in general?
Yeah, I think we need
That
to.
would be appropriate, and that would give us an opportunity to hear Ms. Gatchell and all of the great things that are going on and how we are growing. That it is a population that we definitely need to pay attention to. How many did you say we had?
Latest head count was 712. We finished head count last week.
and it's going up every year.
It's going up an average of 50 to 60 each year.
Well, I have a very close relationship with a family here in Craven County, and their son actually graduated from New Bern High School last year. And the kids speak English very well. The family's not so much. But their parents' viewpoint was because they had gotten so much from coming here. Their son actually went into the military straight out of college because his dad felt he needed to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're just a great family. So I was just wondering because I didn't know we had that piece for the littles. And I'm really glad we do, but I just wanted to know what we were doing.
You know how they say there's an app for that? We got a presentation for that.
You never fail, Jake. You never fail.
Okay, any other questions?
One thing I do want to share that's not in the slide, but I think it's very important for the board to know that the quote that you see is $37,000 less than what it was last year. So I talked them down. I didn't settle for what they gave me last year. And we didn't have to give up anything to get that price reduction.
Bonus.
Ms. Kitzinger?
I forgot to say, and my kids come home with little certificates when they level up, and I think that it's more geared towards the younger ones, and I don't know that every school does this. And sometimes they'll even get their picture taken, and some schools display it on the wall, and I think that that's a really great thing for schools to do. And I'm not sure that middle schoolers would appreciate it as much. Some of them might. Some of them might think it's kind of lame to be recognized for that. Some of them might find a little bit of shame if they're not recognized for that, if they're not quite on the same level as their other peers. But I think that kind of thing for for us to ask of our teachers and our administrators to do for our kids to recognize their success just as much as we hope that they intervene when necessary, is something that we should expect or appreciate when they do that, because it can create a passion for learning and for the kids to appreciate this Lexia when maybe they don't, you know. So I just wanted to say that. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I add something?
Absolutely, Ms. Lane.
I just want to.
Will you just grab that microphone? Will you just grab the microphone? Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make a connection to our partners in education. They have been very supportive of our work with Lexia, and they have really propelled a grant called Reading is Our Superpower, and currently they have placed 6 book vending machines in our elementary schools through grants. This is such a great program because the books are filled with all kinds of great, the vending machines are filled with all kinds of great books, and kids are, when they level up, they're earning coins or tokens, and then they can turn them in and get them a new book to read. So it's been a really good thing. Ms. Brown looks for as many grants as possible that are interested in literacy and improving literacy in our school system. And at this time, she's done 6 separate grants. So we have 6 of our elementary schools that have these vending machines, and she's working on a 7th one for AWE right now. So I just wanted to thank the Partners in Education for that hard work.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. All right, Dr. Miller.
I just want to say too, I can use my teacher voice, that for those of you that remember the days of accelerated reader, that rewarded kids for just going through and reading the books. This actually teaches the skills needed to become a good reader. And that's the real difference in this. I was in a classroom at Creekside, and the teachers are still learning all the things that it has to offer. And it was interesting because I asked a question and the teacher said, I'm not sure about that. And a student overheard and said, I got the answer to that for you. I'm like, okay, let me go to the expert, And my question was, is level 11 level 11 in first grade? And he said yes. So I was in a classroom and there was a student reading paragraphs and another student was doing like blends, basic reading, the numeric awareness, and no one felt bad, because that was my concern, because they know that they have the opportunity to level up and get better. And I was looking, thinking how impossible it is for a teacher to reach all of these independent skill levels when the kid's on 11, this one's on a 15, this one's on a 20, which is, almost about to place out the program. This is a way for teachers to gauge the kids' understanding and build groups where they can work with kids. But also, there's no downtime in a classroom when a teacher is working with those students. They can be working on a skill and building reading skills that they can be successful. Because the student working on level 11 is working to level up just like the student on level 20. And they're working at their ability. So when we talk about closing the achievement gap, there's always a concern, and people have in their mind, if we keep this group here and work on the others, and that's not what we want for our kids. We want all kids moving up. So this is one of the ways we can customize learning, and kids can be successful regardless of where they're at, that they can grow and become better. And it's based on the skills needed to be a successful student, not just, the old days. I remember AR, and I was a teacher in the classroom, and the man in the yellow hat, and the question was, what color is the man's hat? Well, you can look at the picture and figure out, this is about learning the skills to be a better one. So again, I just love it, and I'm like Ms. Kitzinger, I see it as a superintendent, I see it as a teacher, but I also see it as a grandmother, the celebration, like I leveled up, I'm now on, but I want to be here, so I'm really working hard, and to see the love of learning, and that they're actually learning the skill of reading. That's what I love the most. It's not just getting points or getting to check out a book. It's actually learning skills that will help them in all subject areas. So again, kudos to C&I for continuing to look for ways to meet our learn, but also for our teachers and our students who are using this to help build reading in our classrooms.
Thank you. All right, our Teacher of the Year, Ms. Roughton.
I can try to use my teacher voice. Can you hear me?
And online won't, but
You don't, I do, but it jumps back off. So
I'm going to speak as a teacher. I love the program. It's exciting to see the kids get excited. And then when I'm teaching something whole group, I'll have some kids raise their hand and they say, oh, I'm doing that on Lexia. And it's like, oh, really? You mean it actually teaches you something, that you could use? And then, so I have kids right now who, if they are finished with the work, they say, can I get on Lexia? So of course you can. So they get so excited. And I'm seeing the growth, even in the short, we've only been in school for one quarter, and I'm seeing growth in some of my students who came to me who's more, who needs more support. So I love it. I wish there was something like this for math. Just going to throw that out there.
I hear that all the time.
okay. Mr. Griffin, you got anything else?
That's it.
All right. So he is recommending that the board approve the purchase of Lexia Core 5 and Power Up contract.
So moved.
All right, so moved.
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right hand, and motion passes.
Thank you.
sir. All right, next up, we'll call up Dr. Batwell, and then after that, we'll entertain our break.
Yes, my feet are frozen.
I need some coffee. Some coffee to warm up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First, thank you very much. But please know, board, that there are two amazing people who I'm so pleased were in the room to hear that, because Miss Renee Whitford and Miss Melissa Detweiler do amazing work, and we can't do any of it without the two of them. So thank you so much. So the first thing I want to bring before you today is information about class size waivers, and this is a mandatory thing that we are to do starting now until the end of the year. Collection is taken in the first 20 and 40 days of the school year, and then after that collection is made, we have to fall within certain parameters. So if you kind of look at the abstract provided to you, we are required to do this for grades kindergarten through grade 3. Beyond that, we don't, obviously we want to keep class sizes down, but we don't have parameters that we have to follow. We have to, at the first 2 months, make sure that no class size maximum requirements exist, and then we also have to look at the LEA average. So kindergarten classes should not exceed 21, first grade classes should not exceed 19, second grade classes should not exceed 20, and then third grade classes should not exceed 20. And then you'll notice the chart up on the screen, there's also a PSU average. And so if we fall under the PSU average, then we don't necessarily have to submit this, but we are a little bit over in a couple of areas. So when we first pulled this data for you, we had a little bit more. I asked Ms. Whitford and the team to pull one more time because this fluctuates daily. Think children come, children go, and there were some movements between classes. So at this time, we have 6 schools that need a class size waiver submitted, and it represents 11 classes. A.H. Bangert has 2 grade 2 classes that are over by 1. Bridgeton Elementary has 2 grade 3 classes, but we anticipate one of those classes dropping off with the movement of 2 students. James W. Smith Elementary has 2 classes in grade 1. Oaks Road is 1 third grade class. Vanceboro Farm Life Elementary has 1 class, but it's important to note that the reason we're submitting a waiver on that and not moving is because that is a looped classroom. Those students were with that teacher last year, and they will remain with the same teacher as they go to their next, matriculate to this grade level, and so we would like to submit a class waiver on them. And then WJG currently has 3 kindergarten classrooms on the list, but it's important to note that a new teacher has recently been hired, so that 3 classrooms will become 4, and so that entire school and that grade level will drop off. So while we are submitting waivers today for 6 schools, 11 classes, we anticipate when it's time to officially submit, that being 5 schools, 7 classes. We would like to look, I just want to point out that none of these classes are over by more than 2. And in some cases, we could move, in many cases, they're over by 1. And so we could move and correct the issue, but it's November, and these babies have been in classrooms with their teachers and have become accustomed to their friends and the learning, the structure is there. And so to move a child in November, one child, to correct an issue, because if we move 2 and move in a pair, then that class will be over. And so to move one child by themselves does not feel like it's in the best interest of the child, and we'd rather request to submit a waiver on that child's behalf. The PSU average, so in kindergarten, we are only over PSU average by 0.33 children. First grade is only over by 1.46, second grade is only over by 0.31, and then third grade is over by 0.09. So we are very, very close, which speaks a lot to the work that's been done in allocating positions, hiring positions. We are not in a situation where we are substantially over. And the other thing I want to mention is that we will continue to do this, and we anticipate that last year our waivers were denied. We anticipate that these waivers will be denied, but what happens when the waivers is denied is that we make we promise that the position will continue to be online and posted as a position of hire. So we can leave, the students can remain in the classroom, they can continue to learn. While we are still working with these class sizes, the position needs to remain on the website as a vacant position. So that is right now the implications of a denial, should we get a denial. So with that being said, are there any questions regarding class size waivers?
All right, Ms. Muse, and then Ms. Dacey.
I don't really have a question per se, but for public consumption, because anytime you say we need to do a class size waiver, I think the general public thinks that we're trying to cram 50 kids in a classroom. And we're not trying to put 50 kids in a classroom. The number, like you just went over, is very small, by 2 kids. So for public consumption, can you explain what happens if we were to pull these kids? So we either have to put them with a sub.
That's correct.
Or we have to put them with somebody they don't have a relationship with. And we're only having to do it for 1 or 2 students.
That's right.
So when I look at this as a mom, do I want my child with a highly qualified teacher that's getting good scores and they're learning, and we know that subs have to rotate, so that's not consistent, right? 16 days max is all they can stay in there at a time?
I'm not sure. I believe that's an
average of 16 days. So every 16 days, you have to have somebody new until they cycle back through again. So in your professional lingo, go ahead and explain that.
Well, you did a great job. That was awesome. So I'll use Bangert as an example. That's a really great question. Bangert is currently over in a first grade classroom by 1 child, and in 3 of their second grade classrooms by 1 child. So each of those classrooms is over by 1 student. The position remains open to hire an additional teacher. So while we could pull those students out and take out and make it a division of 4 classrooms instead of 3, those students that we pull out at that moment are going to go into a classroom with a substitute. And so we are going to remove them from a certified, highly qualified teacher and put them in a classroom with a substitute until we find that person. Or we can leave those 3 classrooms over by 1 student and impact the least amount of students and let them remain in the classroom with a highly qualified teacher. So if we were to take that position that's currently advertised, which we are required to do, and pull those students out and make those classrooms be evenly distributed, not only are we pulling out those 3 children, But then we are also pulling out more children so that we can make sure those classes are evenly distributed, which means we're impacting a great deal of children for the sake of one child. So Bangor, again, all of their classrooms are over only by one, just so the public can kind of understand how, like specifically how much we are over. Brinson Elementary is only, one classroom is over by 2 and one classroom is over by 1. Remember, I did mention we anticipate one of those dropping off. Havelock Elementary School was in the original request. That has since been removed. A teacher has been hired, and those classrooms are now within parameters. James W. Smith has 2 classrooms, both of which are over by 1 student. Oaks Road has 1 classroom over. It's over by 1 student. Vanceboro Farm Life has 1 class over by 1 student. Remember, I mentioned that's the group that is looping, so we wish for those students to remain with the teacher they are familiar with. And WJG is the other request that right now is over, but a position has just been hired. Those students are getting ready to move in with their new teacher. So we are literally, I think there was only 1 instance there I just named where it's over by 2. The rest are over by 1.
And I think that you segued perfectly to my question, which was really about Gurganus, because that's the only one that I looked at that had more than 1 over, right? So essentially, the plan then, we have a new hire who's a certified teacher. So when will we make that move?
So it's my, great question. It's my understanding.
For the benefit of the public, then,
yeah,
because we're more over there, I mean, I can see why, right? Because there's more overage in those 3 classes. And so we would then create a new class with this new hire. Will we do that after Christmas? Is that?
So that transition will happen very, very soon.
Okay.
We welcome in a new staff member, and we want them to have an opportunity to come in and observe children. And so we also want this transition to be effective for children. So the new hire is there. The quarter has just ended. We will then, engage with those teachers to see which students work really, really well together and will feel comfort in traveling with a friend.
Right.
And so that transition will likely happen within the next.
So I need to just stop you. So Dr. Boone just told me that I think that hire might have fallen through. So these kids are going to stay where they are, but the vacancy is still there. The one at Havelock L is going to be making that. Those kids have already been separated, and so yeah. So we just learned that. Sorry about that.
My apologies.
But theoretically, that's how that would work. Right. It changes by the hour. Okay. It's still a good example. So.
Chairman Manning, I think that would follow up.
Oh, I just wanted to say, so based off of what Dr. Batwell just said, you will see vacancies now that are not on the board report because we have to post them to meet the class size waiver. So Bangor does not currently have any vacancies on your board report, but now that they're over and she's going to do the waiver, I have to post a vacancy. Okay. So I don't want you to think anybody left. I just want to make sure you know that they're extra because of class size waivers.
Understand.
Okay. Gotcha. Mr. Ipock, did I see your hand? And then Mr. Murphy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is clear to me that it's a local decision where the teachers are engaged with the students, and they're the best people in the world to make the call, watching out for the interest of each child. So the other thing that occurs to me is when you're talking about 25 or 22 or whatever, and you're 1 over, it could be any one of those children. Nobody's designated yet as being the 1 over. So
that's right.
That's a different way of looking at it.
Yeah, and it's pretty. We do this collection again on day 20, day 40. 40 days in is just not a good idea to move a child who is comfortable and learning. Mm-hmm. I see it from the lens of accountability, but I also see it through the lens of a parent. They feel safety with that teacher, and I think that the teacher would share with you, they love that child. Please leave this child with me, and until we continue to figure out, so, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
I know last semester, this situation happened at James W. Smith with the first grade, and it was actually handled very well, where they had to add another teacher in semester or whatever. And from everything I saw, it was handled very well. The kids transitioned very well. They worked with all the teachers in that grade and the school, and I never heard any hiccups or complaints about splitting the classes up to make another class and reducing class sizes. Matter of fact, I think I also even used it to help handle some discipline issues that were going on. So I think from my experience from last semester, I think when it has to happen, it does happen well.
I absolutely agree. I think it's handled very delicately and with very intentional thought on who's the best to move. We just personal and professional opinion is to never move one. Make sure they move in a pair. And so in this case, we're talking about one child, and so that I would suggest that we submit a waiver for those classrooms.
Mr. Abha?
It just occurred to me, too, this is common practice across the state. It's not just unusual to our circumstance. Everyone's dealing with the same, except for the charter schools.
They are not bound by
They
class
don't,
size.
they don't have limits. So, anyway, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, this does require board action and need board approval for this waiver. Would I have a motion that we approve the state class
Second.
size waiver? All right, moved in second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right hand. And motion passes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we will take a 10-minute break. I call our meeting back to order. Next up on our agenda, under curriculum instruction, we invite Michelle Lee with grading practice report. And Dr. Batwell, all right? She's going to join us as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So back in the summer when we were digging deep into our grading practices here in Craven County and uncovering and discovering some practices that we needed to consider some changes to. As you know, one of the requests that we made was that teachers, for the first 9 weeks of semester courses for each of the semester courses and first 9 weeks for the year-long courses, that teachers not give below a 50 on the report card. And at the time, we discussed the pros and cons of that, and everybody had some mixed opinions about it. One of the things that I had shared with you, that at the end of the grading quarter, we would PDSA this process, and we would talk about what we saw and what the results of the data was. Unfortunately, the data that you received through Assembly, we had made some corrections to, and so you have a second report in there today, and Dr. Boutwell is going to talk specifically about that. But overall, I still believe that the policy is sound, or the practice is sound. Of course, we work at the discretion of the Board of Education, so if there is going to be a change, the only group it would affect for the rest of this year would be first semester-long courses only, because for middle and elementary and any year-long courses, it will not be back into play until next school year. So I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to stay right here beside her in case there's any questions that she wants to push to me, but I feel confident she can handle all of them.
Thank you. I did share this to go into Assembly, but here's a printed copy, and there's more right here if anybody in the group. So thank you again. We provided a report to you a few days after the grade book locked for quarter 1 for all of our schools. At that time, we reported a grade change for all students at 1.3%. Now, it's important to share that at the time, that was adequate reporting based on the information that my department is able to receive. So I want to give you just a quick rundown of how my department is able to pull this information. When teachers put grades in Power Teacher Pro, they're going to see 2 columns. Quarter 1 is a grade. Next to that is going to be percentage. And so we did advise that we wanted any student that received a grade of less than a 50 for their grade change in Q1 to reflect a 50, and then give them a comment that said actual grade is less than, okay? Now, the only way my department can see that is if we alter column 1. We, thankfully, for other people kind of looking into this for us, many teachers across the district altered 2 columns, when essentially they altered the percentage and then altered column 1 for Q1. When you do that, my department is no longer able to see it. And so we were able to see the ones that were done appropriately. We were not able to see the ones district-wide where both columns were changed. The only way to see it at that point is to go into every single grade book for every single teacher and every single class that teacher teaches and review, which is what we have done in the last 48 hours. So this information has been pulled for every single student, and I would like to share with you that information, which appears on the updated grade book analysis. And I just want to share that outside of students being loved, safe, and learning, our number 1 priority is adequate reporting and reliable reporting, and making sure that we have data-driven conversations. So the total number of students that we pulled data on, we would not pull this for K2, And we would not pull this for students who are on a standards-based report card like our NC Extend 1 students. So we are talking about students on traditional grading practices, which equated to 12,420 students. We reviewed those and pulled grade changes needed in classrooms, and so the total number of instances district-wide of students that had less than a 50 is 2,388 instances. Now, that's not students. The next part is going to show you students. District-wide, 1,339 students required a grade change in at least one class, but if you compare those two numbers, that indicates that many students had one or more than one change needed, possibly two classes. Grade change percentage for all students, so against total population, it is not 1.3, it is 10.9% of our total population required at least one change in Q1 to a 50. If we look at the 4 parts underneath that, we wanted to give you a little bit of data in relation to this information. And so elementary, we want to know if a grade change has any correlation with the time a student is out of school. How long were they absent? How many days did they miss? And so you can look here at elementary. Almost 70% of the elementary population that required a change, so we're talking about the students that required a change, about 70% of them had 0 to 3 absences in quarter 1. 4 to 6 was at about 17%, and then only 13.29% had 7 or more absences. We base this number on when the letters go home. Letters go home on 3, 6, 9, and so in our mind, as we were pulling this data, we feel like after that second letter has gone home, after the 6th day, you're now kind of on our radar as a student who's got some excessive absences. We took it a little bit further just because that's what we do. We love to do that, and we wanted to know of those absences, how many of those are attributed to out-of-school suspensions. Essentially, the student has been suspended and is not allowed to come on campus during the duration of that infraction. And so of the total amount of grade changes that had to happen for elementary, 9.25% were associated with at least one suspension. Middle school, about 60%, 0 to 3 absences, 22% with 4 to 6, and then of course 18% 7 plus absences with a suspension rate of 12.71%. High school has an asterisk next to it because I want to mention that we have to look at that one completely differently. We can't look at just the student at that point. We have to look at all 4 of their classes. And so when you see this number, we're not talking about the student, we're talking about the student times 4 because we have to look at everything. And so of the high school courses that needed to be altered, 38-ish% had 0 to 3 absences in that class, 4 to 6 at 22.28, and 7 plus absences, which is about 40% of 40% was 7 or more absences in that course. And of course that is, important data to mention because at the 10 mark, once they get to that 11th absence, it should flag a forced fail, depending on how it's coded. Of all of those absences, 15% of those were attributed to an out-of-school suspension. CVA, we pull out completely because their data always looks different, and we're looking at grades 4 through 12 for them. 0 to 3 of the absences was at 33.34%, 4 to 6 at 11%, 7 plus absences at 55.55%, and then there were no suspensions attributed with the absences for CVA. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the support that has been provided leading up to this point and then what's going to happen moving forward. School leaders were trained to pull Power School reports. We have an extension known as Level Data, and we showed them how to do that in addition to the other things that Power School offers, and we showed them how to pull various reports so they could monitor grading practices. Data managers were also shown how to pull these reports and assist in that way. During those meetings, leaders pulled their report and had conversations about their findings and then their next steps. If they were starting to notice that grades weren't being put in regularly, if they were starting to notice that grades were coming in and were particularly low, they could have those conversations. Additional training is needed because now we have learned from the first time we pulled to the second time we pulled that there did not seem to be alignment district-wide on putting the grade change in Q1 and not putting it in the percentage column. So our department We'll make sure to touch everybody we can. So Power School data managers will go to principal and assistant principal leadership meetings, and we will create like a how-to to make sure that if this is a process that continues, they know exactly what the steps are so that the next time I have to pull data like this, I can pull it instantly, and we won't be going through every child manually. The other thing we need to give additional training on is placing an appropriate comment on report cards, especially for a child who has a grade that was less than a 50. We had many instances where we couldn't find the grade easily because a comment was not put on the report card, and so when that 50 went home, the parent assumes the grade was a 50 because the comment was not there to say actual grade was. And so we need to do additional training and reiterate the importance of putting a comment on report cards to reflect if this is a practice that continues. So I'd like to, this was not necessarily something on the slide, but I just want to kind of, one of the questions I would have in this process is how many of them were close to 50 and how many of them were way far off? So 15.6% of the 50s in the district were straight 50s. Straight 50s. That's what they earned when we reviewed the grade book, excuse me.
Okay, it was the actual grade.
That was their actual grade, the
But
grade they
are
earned.
they included in these numbers?
They are not. So the numbers I'm
Okay,
getting ready.
So these numbers are clean as far as children who were given a 50.
That's correct.
Not earned a 50.
That's correct. So this, essentially what I'm giving you now is kind of a different data point because I'm including the 50s so that you could know like how many were legit 50s and how many were altered 50s. So of all the 50s in the district, 15.69% were legit 50s. This is what the student earned. Students that fell within the 41 to 49 range, so that they had an alter of like 8 to 9 points, that was 35% of our grade, of all of our 50s in the district. Students that fell within the 31 to 40, meaning they had about a 20-point increase to get to the 50, was 26% of our 50s. Our highest range are the students that fell within the 21 to 30 range. So they would have had, they went from a minimum of 21 up to a 50. That was 34% of our grade changes across the district. Students who had an 11 or a 11 to 20, so they took that 11 and moved it to a 50, or a 20 moved it to a 50, was at 21% across the district. And then students who had achieved a 0 to 10 on their Q1 grade that were then altered to a 50 was 5.86%. So for me, if I eliminate the 50s, those that achieved a 50, and then those that fell in the 41 to 49 range, meaning an alteration of no more than 10 points, if I include everybody else, those that range from a 0 to a 40, we are looking at 87.6% of the grade changes that occurred were higher than a 10-point change.
What was that?
87.6% required more than a 10-point change.
So you wouldn't have by chance.
In the last 48 hours.
In the last 48 hours, while you were looking at 12,420 students. And before I go into this, let me say thank y'all. I had received some feedback from some teachers, and I had started asking some questions, and that is what pulled the trigger, I guess, on y'all having to do this. And I'm glad that happened because, as we see, through no fault of your own, but through confusion, misunderstanding, lack of alignment, or just whatever. They jacked this mess up bad, and once again, y'all all need like little superhero capes or something. Maybe I'll get y'all those. Or maybe I'll order you some magic wands. You wouldn't have by chance for those 0 to 40 kids, you wouldn't have by chance checked their absences, would you?
We do have that information.
I'm sure. I bet you do.
Yes, it is not, it is over in a beautiful
But
spreadsheet
I'm
in Vegas.
guessing if we were in Vegas and I had to bet on it, they're probably not falling into the 15% of suspension rate.
They're chronic.
They're chronically everywhere but the right where, which is at school, would be my guess, right?
That is correct. So we pulled attendance information to kind of see where it fell, and in some instances, we had students with absences exceeding 30. And we have
How
that.
many days is in the 9 weeks? School days, not counting Veterans Day.
45?
So you've missed 30 days out of a 45-ish day, 9 weeks. So do you deserve for me to give you a 50 if you're not here for 30 days out of 45? Do you deserve me to give you anything?
I completely hear you. I just want to share that when we start getting beyond that 10 range, it
So are they in all
absolutely,
forced fails that miss 30 days the first 9 weeks of school? Because they should.
well, not all of them are high school, and so that force fail wouldn't apply to elementary and middle school. But I do think it's important to share that in elementary and middle school, when you start seeing this many absences, we cannot do the
Because
same
that is
thing.
my idea of No Child Left Behind. We're going to keep you till you get it.
Right. But there are definitely the personnel that people in the district and within the schools that when we start seeing these excessive absences, we have to immediately go into action to figure out.
And how many are being turned over to the district attorney's office?
They reach that guideline, they are doing that to the point of we are cracking down on that until I understand that the courts have given us a day to address those issues.
A day? Like as in a whole day?
Well, since we've returned from COVID, nationally, I get articles almost every day about absenteeism. It is a chronic issue across the nation, and it's alarming to me because in maintaining a job, the very least you do, number one, is show up. So it is a chronic issue, and I'm not just talking about high school kids who are just skipping school. And they can tell you at Creekside, it's not just being absent, it's trucking in at 10 o'clock, and dropping your kids off, and we try to put a lot of our core in the morning before kids are tired, so they are missing core instruction.
I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you, I did my fair share of skipping when I was in high school, go to the lake, go shopping.
Miss Daisy has her hands. I'm going to recognize her.
So, I'm going to speak to and I think I asked for the absence information initially when we started looking at this, in part because I've had many discussions, not only with our health director, with Ms. Mack, but with our juvenile court counselors and the district attorney about this and the increasing numbers of letters that are going out to our parents. And I think we talked about this last month. There is a pandemic of absenteeism. We knew that was happening. I don't know that we knew exactly how frightening these numbers were going to be today. They are deeply disturbing, and I think it's really important for all of our staff to understand, when we are elected and we take the oath, we take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the state of North Carolina. And that is the top of the list of things we have to do. And one of the things by statute we have to do is we have to have our kids in school, and we can't educate them unless they are in a seat. And this requires the work of everybody at every school. There is no school in this district who can ignore this problem. I don't care whether you are an elementary school or a middle school or a high school. Everybody has got to have all hands on deck to make sure our kids and their families understand the importance of attendance. Our social workers, based on what I'm being told, are doing a heroic job overseeing, 4 schools at a time, and they are basically sending out these letters, and we have got to try, I think, and come up with some innovative ways of of getting families engaged before we begin the court process. But I think we have to be very clear. Everybody at every school needs to understand that we're going to follow the law in Craven County. If we haven't shown that over the last 6 months, I don't know what else we've been doing. Okay? But we have to do it. So we got to send the letters out, and the kids have to get to school. And if they're not coming to school, there's a legal process to address that. But I think what worries me is this policy in its application the last couple months. I don't understand. I don't understand how this happened. I think we were trying to do a lot in terms of changes and adding and getting to the alignment. Asking by grade level for this many assignments to be entered into Power School, and we didn't want to do everything at one time. But I think the fact that giving the 50 in itself created confusion about how to do that, to me just gets right back to, we can't do that. We're just going to have to give kids what they've earned. I just think, I don't know how the disconnect happened, but it's really disturbing to me that we then had teachers, I guess essentially what I'm understanding is we had teachers who said, okay, well, if I've got to give them a 50, then I need to go in my grade book and change this assignment to alter. Is that what happened?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay.
ma'am. The grades go in, they put the assignments in, and then those two columns will populate. So the first column will show, if the percentage is a 47, then Q1 is going to show 47. The second column is going to show 47%. So what we should do is go into that first column and change that 47 to a 50. The percentage stays. And then you put a comment in that says,
With an asterisk. And
absolutely, actual grade was, right. Now, I think it's important to note just on the screen, the thing we've given you, is that in high school, you can see some 7+ absences there that are very alarming.
Yep.
You look at elementary and middle school, and the majority of those students that required a change were in the building and only missed up to 3 days out of the entire first quarter. So we have to make sure that this is a big deal for all 3 grade spans, but we're talking about kind of different things when you look at elementary and middle school when the children are in the building, and you look at high school where many of them have 7 or more. I don't know if that, yep. So we have some work to do is what I'm getting at.
Also worrying to me is the 7+ absences at CVA I know that's a smaller pool, but 55.5%? How are you virtually absent? I'm sorry.
They meet as a class, like the teachers, if you've ever gone and watched them teach, if you close your eyes, you think you're in a classroom, because the teacher's teaching, using a board, and you have to log on while the teacher's teaching. They don't just send assignments and do it when you get a chance.
Right.
It's not like when we have a snow day and kids work at their own pace. They are logging in, they have English from 9 to 10:15, the teacher teaches a lesson, kids who got it can go and start doing their work, others hang on, then they have a tutoring time where they log in later. So they take attendance every class period, just like if they were in a science class at New Bern High School.
All right, Mr. Murphy's got his hand raised.
Do you have an idea of how many students had the change at the high school? Do you have that number?
I do. The total applicable enrollment for high school was 3,952 that required a change, and 608, so there was 3,952 instances, and of that 680 students, so
680 students at the high school level had to have a change.
Correct.
Ugh.
But to get to the 3,000, it was multiple.
Yes, multiple courses had to be changed for a single student.
I'm not gonna lie, I struggle with that. My thought process was, my thought process was that we probably had maybe 20 or 30 students at a high school that probably needed a change. 680 students across 3 high schools.
We included early college, I do want to
And
share
early
that.
college.
They did have some, so total high school population that required a change was 17%.
Yeah, I don't think I understand working up through elementary school and trying to get them on a track. I can even have some grace in the middle school, but a high school, having to change 680 students' grades, that boggles my mind a little bit. And I don't feel like we're setting them up for success at the high school level. And so I definitely think that we need to visit this a little bit more.
And I'm so sorry, let me correct what I said, because I said it incorrectly. There was 3,952 students district-wide in high school.
Right.
And of those students, 680 required at least one change.
One change.
All right, council?
So, that recent group of statutory amendments that are sometimes called parents' bill of rights has a provision that specifically deals with report cards. And beginning in January will be relevant to this discussion. And I would be happy to give my advice about that.
Okay, Ms. Kitzinger and then Mr. Carr. Mr. Alpikes.
In looking at the absences at the high school, the 7+ absences is at 39.74%, but the 0 to 3 absences is just right there at 37.98%. I think that's important to note that they're pretty similar. And I think that that's interesting. But I have a question. Do you have any data on any of these students? Do they have IEPs or 504s?
We do have that data in the spreadsheet because when we do an export, we pull it. We did not provide that just because of, we certainly can give it if requested, but we do kind of watch the
I would like to see
confidentiality.
that. I don't need any identifying information, just statistics and hard data on that.
All right, Mr. Alpike?
Thank you. It occurs to me that we had a process that we were favoring students getting engaged and showing up, and suddenly, miraculously, they can be successful and they can pass the course. The problem is we're trying to fix the wrong problem. And perhaps the mandatory grade bottom is not the way to address it. Now, the DA sends letters too, right?
I believe so.
Is that still the practice?
They're for children that are in compulsory attendance, so under 16. Once they're 16, they do not.
Oh, so there again.
I was going to say, Dr. Monroe.
Yeah, Dr. Monroe's here. Come on, come on.
Join the party.
Come to the dark side.
Board. Procedurally, what we are instructed to do, following the general statutes with regard to that and our very own policy regarding attendances at the 6-day letter, the district attorney has provided us with the envelopes. We send the 6-day letter in that envelope along with, that notification, because that is what we're required to do. So we send that in that DA's envelope that from the form letter that is printed out of Power School that tells them what they are supposed to do statutorily with regard to attendance and meets our obligation of notification. And then at the 10-day point, we send another letter stating that they're at that point, and then having all our documentation. Procedurally, the Department of Social Services wants us to go to the DA first and then notify them versus notifying them both at the same time.
But if they're over 16.
Yeah, and this is only for those that falls in the compulsory attendance of grade as age 7 to 15. Those 16 and above it has been recommended that they still notify the parent that the student is missing school, just for the point of documentation.
I think that's important. So the only thing I would suggest is that, and I don't know how you codify this so that it can be followed uniformly across the system, but not necessarily getting the 50, but if a student earned a 39, and by the end of the semester or year has shown mastery at a sufficient level to qualify, then I would just say don't let the low grade pull them out of, as a board member, I'm really interested in mastery more than how fast you get it. Now, if you're not in class, I know you're not going to get it. So I think that should be center of our focus for a period of time. The other thing I was wondering is, do we have any data, and I know we don't, I'm guessing we don't,
You might.
of how many of those that got, the waiver to 50 ended up being successful?
In prior courses and priors, I do not have that data.
Yeah, but that's kind of, I think that would be the proof in the pudding that there's any element of this that works. And my guess is if you're missing that much school and are that disengaged, that's not going to be the thing that makes the difference.
It is certainly something that we could get. We can get it. We can go into prior year data, pull everybody who received a 50 in Q1, and then look if they received credit at the end of that course or year-long course. We would be able to pull it. No, that's an interesting data point.
I'll just conclude with one other statement. We just went through this past year. The changing of grades. It's a very awkward discussion in context of we can't say one thing here and something else here.
Right. Ms. Stacy?
Well, I think that that's, just to follow on Mr. Ipok's point, I think that's why, I felt when we first discussed this, and I feel even more strongly now looking at this data, I think we have to trust and empower our teachers to do what they are best at doing, and that is to try and figure out how to motivate their students, right? That's what teachers do. So teachers have the ability to give extra credit when kids are on a bubble between one grade and another. They can make those choices about who is putting in the effort and who is really working to master their coursework. So, I think for me, this underscores that really I want our teachers to be empowered to give our students the grade that they think they have earned, period. And we're not going to give any 50s. So I would move that be the policy.
I second it.
Okay. Motion on the floor has been moved and second. Any discussion? Ms. Clark?
Yes, sir. I just don't see where we have enough data yet. We already know there's a high absenteeism rate. Teachers should do it. Some have done it, but it hasn't been done with any consistency insofar as extra work. The work sometimes is not rigorous, so, and that's sad. I just think we need to table it until we consult with our lawyer, until we get more information. And for me, there's a big difference, shouldn't be, but there's a big difference in absenteeism at the high school level and those elementary school students and to some extent the middle school. Clearly, if there's an elementary school student and they're not going to school, the onus is on whoever is at the home. If those babies are being left to get up on their own, and I know it's hard, we just have to do better. The schools need to do better. We as a board need to do better. At least we're examining it, because the last 10 years, there weren't even letters going out with any consistency. So I don't think at this point we can just leave it to the schools We can leave it to the teachers, as good as they are, Mrs. Lee. We just need more information.
Okay, Mr. Ipock?
I do have to support that we need to confer with our attorney and receive more information before we take action.
Counsel?
So just as a point of clarification, the motion would apply beginning second semester or semester long courses and would apply beginning next calendar year for year-long courses. Is that the intent?
Yes, that's the intent.
And that the grading policy would be the student gets what they earned. That's what the motion's speaking to, correct?
Can I just add one little thing? At no time did we ever intend that teachers could not make adjustments in their grade book. That was never said, and that was never our expectation. We were talking about once their final grade was calculated. So I heard from different places, well, teachers didn't feel like they could go in and make any adjustments, and when kids had done extra credit. That was never the intention, and that grade book belongs to the teacher. They are the only person that should be making grade changes in their grade book. Yes.
All right, Ms. Muse?
After Ms. Muse.
Our teachers are professionals. They know if Kaylee went to school today and had a test, and that she knows and she understands the content, but she's just having an off day. They know if she's having some stuff going on at home. And I sit here and I've looked at this data, I've made calls and emails about this data, and I think about what I was doing as a 19-year-old kid. I moved 400 and some miles away from my family. I was cooking meals. I had to get my driver's license changed. I had to get my car insurance changed from one state to another. I had to get utilities turned on. And I didn't have anybody down here to help me. And I've thought about, which I like to think, of my own high school career, which I like to think was not that long ago, and I don't need any comment about that, okay? I know it was a while. It wasn't that long ago. My teachers didn't give me a grade that I didn't earn. So because of that, and because my parents encouraged me to be independent, I was able to move 2 states away and function. Kids are not functioning at that level anymore. And it's not that I don't want to show anybody grace. But it is not grace to them. And we all know where I'm working. And we have had an influx of new guests at my facility. And 80% of them are falling in between the age range of 22 to 26. Why? Think about that. There's got to be accountability and responsibility somewhere, especially. I mean, these high school kids are young adults. Are we preparing them for college or career and workforce readiness? We're not. Because when they go out into the real world, if they don't come to work, they're not going to have a job. And we all see that. We're not helping them. And I don't know what Mr. Gatchell wants to discuss with us about the Parents' Bill of Rights in closed session, but I can't imagine it's going to be a big deal if people are getting what they actually earn. for a change. So I think we need to at least proceed on.
All right, Ms. Clark?
I think all of us want these kids to succeed ad nauseam. We heard last month where students at one particular high school didn't even know that a tutorial program existed. And that's not giving folk grades, that's just making sure all of the students at all of our schools have equal access. And so I'm saying, until you can show me that there's consistency with regard to providing information, whether it's coming from a social worker, counselor, the teacher, whatever, I don't think we're ready to vote on this yet.
So I just want to mention that we're not going to, I don't think I hear you say we're going to go back and do anything. These grades are in the, these are already, they've been verified. So we really are not in any, you can get your counsel during closed session this evening and bring it back up. We just need to make a decision and have some guidance by the first of the second semester.
You have a motion on the floor,
Right.
but, I mean, if you would like to, if the person making the motion would like
willing
to.
to defer.
Yeah, defer
and
until
vote on the
after you
motion.
have counsel,
I'm-
that
I'm
you could
willing
always
to
bring that
defer
up
that.
tonight and make a decision.
So we can table that motion.
I'm hearing defer from the motion maker. Willing to defer until after council, consult with council. Council.
I will just say the substance of my advice would be that which is affected by the parents' rights, which the portion will not take effect until January. And so,
But that would be, it would be after January when we would have the next, because it's only for the first part of the year, so next semester that ends, in December, the 50 rule guidance or whatever you want to call it does not apply. So the next time will be after January when you have to make this decision anyway.
You want to still stay with defer?
Did Mrs. Clark make a motion to table?
She did not. Oh, you did?
I believe
Yes,
she just
it
done
just needs to be a
did, so I will-
second.
I will
Oh,
second.
okay. All right, so there's a motion then, what'd you say, to table?
Yes.
All right, to table.
So we
Is
have
there a
two
second?
motions.
I second.
All right. So there's a second to table this motion. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please let it be known
Which
by the
motion?
raising of your right
Tabling?
hand. Of the motion made by Ms. Clark to table this vote for the policy change.
may I suggest a roll call?
Roll call vote, please.
Just to recap, this is, the motion you are voting on is to table this until a later date. Mr. Brent Manning?
No.
Mr. Scott Murphy?
No.
Ms. Naomi Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Dacey?
No.
Mr. Carl Ipock?
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger?
No.
Ms. Kelly Muse?
No.
Motion does not pass.
Okay, so motion failed. So,
I move we make a decision on this today after we have discussion, or
That's not really the procedural.
That's what the
Motion on
motion
the
to
floor.
table was about.
Yes.
okay, but I think we need to decide what we're going to do about this before January starts.
I'm not suggesting that you should wait. I'm not suggesting.
I think what he's saying is, his
I think
advice
we
is
should
gonna
need to
align
dis-
with the motion.
Let me be real clear. A motion to table, there is a call for a specific time that you will reconsider. It's not to put it out there and never come back and address it. All we're saying in a motion to table is that we get the information from the attorney, and we have tonight or our next meeting. So.
council.
So procedurally, the motion to table.
Failed.
Failed.
Thank you.
That's no longer
Okay.
All right.
Let's do that.
I would entertain a motion that we go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right hand. All right, we are in closed session.
Sorry, y'all.
I call our meeting back to order. The board met in closed session and no action was taken. At this time, after our discussion meeting in closed session, I would entertain any motion from the board.
I would like to make a motion.
Well, we have a motion on the
You have a motion on the floor.
Oh, that's
and you
right,
have a
yes.
second.
That's correct. So we have the motion on the floor that was to move our grading policy that the student gets what they earn.
Second.
Correct?
Yep.
All right, so it's already been seconded. Any other discussion?
No.
All right, hearing no other discussion, all in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right
Now, we're
hand.
going to do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote.
I was
There we
ready.
go.
Again, that the grading policy, no longer a 50 is awarded, the student has on the report card the grade they earned.
That's right.
Mr. Brent Manning.
Yes.
Mr. Scott Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
Emphatically no.
Ms. Jennifer Dacey.
Yes.
Mr. Carl Ipop.
Yes.
Ms. Lauren Kitzinger.
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Muse.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to our next part of the agenda under curriculum instruction, alternative education plan.
Which evidently we need a lot of.
He says that we need a lot of.
We need that real.
Pass those down.
All right. So, I had the opportunity to meet with, Mr. Ipock and Mr. Murphy, Dr. Monroe, and I met with them, and I kind of got some guidance, and I kind of want to bring you an update of where we are. During the second semester of 23-24, Craven County Schools will pilot Edmentum learning programs as a solution for students in lieu of out-of-school suspensions. It can be used to deliver instruction to students assigned as well to in-school suspension. After our meeting with board members to discuss ways to manage students with behavior issues frequently causing them to be removed from classrooms, Dr. Sellers spent a day in Sampson County observing the use of Edmentum learning as an alternative to out-of-school suspensions. Myself, Dr. Monroe, and Dr. Sellers met with Edmentum representatives to discuss options for Craven County School. They offer instruction that is aligned with the North Carolina standards, and students can access a certified North Carolina teacher if they are struggling with content. We have entered into an agreement to pilot the program during second semester, and they are at this time working to align their lessons to our pacing guides. So if a teacher identifies or a kid is being sent out for long-term suspension or 10-day suspension, the teacher can go in and let the whoever is monitoring it know which lessons or what part of the pacing guide they're going to miss. The lessons for those parts of the pacing guides can be assigned to the students, so they're getting the same instruction they would get if they were in the classroom. Dr. Monroe and Dr. Sellers will be meeting with the secondary principals. We've already met. They know we're doing this and they know all about it, but we have to create some processes for how students will be assigned to the platform and how we will monitor student progress. So with that being said, this is just an informational for us for you to know that we have moved forward in this area. We are anticipating using this in a lot of ways beyond the scope of what it can be used in a lot of ways. So we're gonna use this semester and this pilot to see what components of it work for Craven County Schools, and then we'll bring a contract to you late in the spring for the next school year and what this will look like. Just a couple of tidbits of things that we're going to do. We're going to, if students can come on campus,
but just not during the instructional day when students are there. We're going to probably need to extend our evening or our after-school time from 3, right now it's from 3, I think, until 2:30 to 4:30, and I think we'll probably need to extend it by an hour. So we'd like for those kids to come a minimum of twice a week on campus in the evening to get support. And so we can have a Craven County school teacher put some eyeballs on the kid, make sure they're doing okay. If they have been deemed to not be able to come onto campus due to safety reasons and they can't come at all, then we'll have to make sure they have access and we'll be able to do it from home. Frequently we have students that are in the school, but they're disruptive to the classroom. We need to move them out, and we can assign them some of the work through this platform. And that way we are ensuring that they're getting their instruction at the same time, and we're meeting their needs and providing them an alternate learning program, and not just saying you're suspended for the rest of this school year, and we'll see you next year.
Okay, council?
So those of you who have served on discipline panels with long-term suspension, your conduct can be sufficiently bad that you are not entitled to alternative education services. So that processing is that
Ms. Clark, Mr. Murphy, and then Mr. Ipock.
I have about 8 questions. 8.
8?
At least. Let's go.
At least.
Let's go.
Come on, let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go. Roll it.
Dr. Monroe, Dr. Monroe has more experience with this than I
think both of
do.
you should come up.
So I want to make sure he gets some of the
These are all
pleasure.
friendly inquiries. Question number 1, I already note that you said you're piloting it and entered into an agreement. Is that so?
That is correct.
So then you sort of put the cart before the horse? You didn't need board approval?
No, ma'am. Well, we had superintendent approval. It was a cost of $4,500, so it didn't have to come to board for the expenditure. And we had met with 2 board members that wanted us to move in this direction. The superintendent approved it.
But when it's a pilot, does that mean it's going to be at certain schools or all schools?
We're going to be using it at all of our traditional high schools and middle schools.
Okay. When you have the in-house person, when you assign the student to this particular program, is there going to be a licensed teacher involved, not a long-term sub, not an alternative education? Is there going to be a licensed teacher?
Yes, the instructors that Edmentum provides for their program are licensed, fully licensed teachers in the state of North Carolina as well, so that they can serve the students. So if they are using their office hours, or if they're just doing a session that they're hosting, it is a fully licensed teacher, and that's the selling point that Edmentum and some of these other online platforms are trying to use. They're trying to fill in the gap for where we have continual vacancies.
Question number 5. It won't be a licensed teacher in-house, though?
So they'll deliver the instruction with the programming teacher, but the teachers that are in our building from 2:30 until 5 or whatever that time is going to be, there will be one certified teacher from for all 4 core areas that will be there to help the children with their assignments and their work.
Number 6, will this be virtual teaching? I'm just trying to get some clarification.
The teaching from Edmentum, it is a virtual platform, and
So
then
who will be monitoring the kids that they're teaching virtually?
So that's why we're going to ask them to come a minimum of twice a week, so that we get one of our teachers to put their hands on to make sure they're monitoring their progress, they're not having any academic issues, they're going through the work and keeping up with what they're supposed to be doing.
And then lastly, what infractions will warrant a referral to this particular program? Because I've seen on the discipline list, anything from insubordination, and that can be rolling eyeballs, which is absurd, to clearly the more egregious offenses.
Yes, ma'am. So, and we are still in the process. As a matter of fact, we just had a conversation that at next principals meeting, we're going to pull out. We have a very detailed guide of how infractions are supposed to be, consequences are supposed to be identified according to the infraction. If they follow the process that we have, there's none, it'll alleviate that. So, we have to make sure that everybody is using the code of conduct that you all have already approved. If they follow that code of conduct, it would not allow them to be over consequence, that's not a word, over giving greater consequences than they should be getting due to the type of infraction there is.
Thank you.
Is that your questions?
Well, I have 20 more, but I'll defer to you. No, that's enough. Okay.
All right, Mr. Murphy and then Mr.
I
Alves.
thought you said you had 8.
Excuse me, sir. You're not the chair. Respectfully. Just a little bit of humor out there in Zoom land.
I know we're not required to provide for long-term suspension, but this,
There is a statutory language, but also statutory exception.
right, but this is something that people on long-term suspension can use.
Yes, we can give them access to it, whether they have been approved for long-term suspension, though we're not required to with regard to that, but we are offering something that will counterbalance the notion that we are the school-to-prison pipeline, that we're offering some form of an olive branch to go, we still want to give you something, but you got to put some skin in the game.
So long-term suspended kids at area day could use this asset. Next question with that, because this could possibly fall into long-term suspension, is this something that could apply to fresh credit because they're long-term suspended?
Yes, and Mentum, they are approved through the state because they are using licensed teachers that we can offer for initial credit and not just credit recovery, although they do own a platform for credit recovery.
All right, Dr. Miller?
I think that some clarity to help the discussion. This is not like the current program used for credit recovery.
Ingenuity.
Right.
Where kids go in and self-pace and click, but this is much like CVA, an online instructor provides instructions to students, and they have assignments and things that they must complete that are rigorous. It's not a click through, click the button. It is which is what's causing us to look at this as a pilot. And certainly, Ms. Clark, back to your question, if we were going to do this long-term, we would want board approval, but with the 2 members appointed, approved us to give this a try, because I get emails 30 or 40 a day that says, our program is the one to help you kids read. Our program is, so they're all going to say this is it. We want to see our students and our school leaders look at this program, evaluate it, and that will determine if we move forward to do this on a continuing basis. But I think we all understand what we're currently using is not effective. So this is much more rigorous because our students are still required to complete end-of-grade tests. Their scores still count toward our school grading. So we want to keep the kids engaged in instruction and academics just for our responsibility as a public school system to educate our kids. Even though sometimes they make bad choices, if they make bad choices and we just put them out, they're going to be pushed to make other bad choices. So, but at the same time, there are students, and you've heard about some of those stories, that we can't have in the school for whatever reason because of decisions they've made. But I still want us in every way possible to provide students with a good quality education so that they're not forced to make other bad choices because that's the only choice they have. So very different than what we're using for credit recovery.
Right.
It's a highly qualified teacher providing the instruction. We, Ms. Clark, will look at the students that went through this program, how they do on end of grade tests. So we want to bring you back some clear data that, to whose point was it earlier, I think someone in the public, that's not just their data, it's our data. And then that's what we'll decide if we move from a pilot to actually implementing this district-wide.
I think that covers most of some. I just want to make sure that our principals are on board with it, with middle school and high school. And I just want to stay connected with them on how it's working in their schools.
And one of the things that we're wanted to do is to provide that framework, but then bring them to the table and how do they flesh this out for their, because every school has something different or the way that they're doing things different, but we also want to get away from operating as a system of schools and one school system. So we want to just provide that framework using Edmonton.
Mr. Ipock?
I think Mr. Murphy, Dr. Monroe answered the question about area day reporting. The other question I had is that $4,500 seems a pretty low price for the value offered.
Yeah, it won't be that cheap.
Right.
They want us to try it and really like it, and then they're going to hit us with the big number. But I'll tell you, if kids are learning, I'm willing to bring a big number if that helps our kids learn.
But it'll be based on performance.
Right.
Exactly.
Is it meeting the needs we need it to meet?
Is that everything, Mr. Ipock? All right. Ms. Kitzinger?
You can go ahead. Okay. What are we currently using? Because you said.
We're using Edgenuity.
For out-of-school suspension people?
Credit recovery.
I meant for out-of-school
Oh,
suspension.
for out-of-school.
What are
We don't have
doing for
any
them?
alternative
So they're just like
program.
connecting to Canvas and all that and catching up on their
Correct.
assignments?
That's
They don't
right.
have any people instructing them, they're just kind of winging it?
That's right.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, they still can call, email their teachers and stuff,
Right.
but they don't have anybody that's monitoring it or
instruction.
delivering instruction to them.
Right, okay, so they.
Totally true. I mean, you are leaving out area day, though. I mean, we do have students who do go to area
Yeah,
day. who are long
we do.
suspended.
They have the option to go to area day.
Where we provide.
Where we have a
TA.
full-time teacher assistant there to support anybody, but they have to find their own transportation and things like that. So we do have kids that utilize it every single day. It's here in New Bern, so it's not as easy to access if you live in either end of our county, but that is, and this is something that they can continue to use, and I think it will provide some structure there as well.
That's all I wanted to know, because the comment was made that what we're doing right now is not working. I wanted to know what we were doing right now. That's all.
Right.
So-
Ms. Stacy?
So just one follow-up. So that was a point I wanted to make, because Area Day is centrally located. Most everybody knows it's over at Fort Totten. It's a small space, and transportation has always been the issue. They do have, theoretically, they could provide transportation. The problem is hiring the people to do that, just like with everything else in the world. So I think it's possible that we could have a scenario where they could apply for some grant money in order to do that. And their numbers have fluctuated over time, depending on suspensions. But that is really, in some ways, a very different program, because it's more of a school day setup. And they provide lunch, and there is some oversight. But that was, my question was, would they theoretically be able to use this program at Area Day if they still have kids coming to Area Day? And the answer to that is yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so with access, we just need to make sure, they will send information over to our technology to make sure there's no firewalls or anything that would prevent
Kids
whatever.
from logging in
Yeah.
once they're there. Okay, and that's what has happened in practice over at Area Day, and they'd be happy for us to go over there. But they have computers set up, and they have a TA there, and so they basically try to help all of their students contact through Canvas, their teachers and keep up with their work so that they're not getting behind. And of course, the added advantage there is that there is adult supervision at the facility. So, it's going to depend on the circumstances of the child, really. But, thank you, that's all. That's all I have.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
And just let me say, when a child, when a long-term suspension or is approved, and we send the letter, a pamphlet from Area Day is included in that, and all the information they would need to contact Area Day and set something up.
Right, and the issue oftentimes is parents making the commitment to get the child physically to Area Day since there's not transportation provided.
Ms. Muse?
So, I'm anxious to see the data on this. How many kids? Was there a change? So, obviously, there were behaviors that put them in the position to get to go this route, right? So when we're building our data on that, I'd like to see not just their grades, but if it's making a turn that they would rather be back in school. I mean, does it cover that, monitor that they would rather be back in school with their peers? And you see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. And Edmentum actually has another platform that we could also subscribe to called Ed Options Academy, which is the equivalent of a virtual school that they can enroll in and get asynchronous and synchronous instruction from a certified teacher. And if that is something that they would rather do, then that could be something. But for now, it's the same courseware that Ed Options uses, Edmentum uses, and we will have access to their full course of things. It could also be something we can offer in places such as West Craven with courses that we can't find a teacher for that they are interested in, Italian, French, whatever. They can. That's how their learning platform goes.
Okay.
All right, everybody good?
Good.
All right. Thank you so much.
You don't get to go in.
Yeah, and you're back up again, Dr. Monroe.
Good try. I'm only joking. So the next item that we have is to discuss the discipline data. Dr. Monroe has pulled all of the data for the first quarter, and this is a comparison of, and you can pull up the the
graph.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's in the, you go back. It's in the, yeah, right there. That's where I want you. So what we are comparing are apples to apples. So we're comparing first quarter of 2022-2023 to the first quarter of this school year. So we're going from August 1 to October 20th, which is the day he ran the report for last school year, and then from August 1st to October 20th of this school year. In 2022, we had 2,345 total referrals for that time period, and this year we have 2,410. The consequences for that same time frame in 22, 710 students were conferenced with by an administrator in the building. 644 received an out-of-school suspension. For this school year, 730 were conferenced with by an administrator at the school, and 572 were given an out-of-school suspension of 1 day or more. The top 3 offenses in both years, it did not change, is disruptive behavior, aggressive behavior, and insubordination. So, and I think I shared with you in the past, there's lots of categories, and sometimes what you call disrespectful, you call insubordination, you call disruptive behavior. So it kind of, it varies, but these are the top 3 offenses for last year and this year. And during both years, the majority of the incidents occurred in the classroom during non-instructional time. So they weren't in the halls, they weren't in the bathrooms, they weren't in the cafeteria. They were in the classroom where a teacher was there, but they were not engaged in classroom instruction at the time. It was non-instructional. Maybe they were doing independent work, they were doing seat work, they had just come into the classroom and they were supposed to be doing their bell ringer. Well, it could be a number of things, but it wasn't during direct instruction. That's all I've got. I mean, that's where we are right now.
Okay. It also looks like the grade levels.
Hold on, Ms. Clark had her hand raised, so I'm going to recognize her.
I'm hoping with the new program that there'll be some clarification insofar as insubordination. I'm not supporting insubordination, but if a teacher comes back and tells me that they believe a child rolled their eyeballs and warrants, something wrong with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Something wrong.
And there's quite a bit of disparity between that. So that's something that Dr. Monroe and I have talked about. I have asked Mr. Lee a couple of times if there's any way we can remove some of these so that they don't overlap. So then we'll get a clearer picture. And right now we haven't been able to figure out a way. You figured it out. He's figured out a way for us to do that. Then we'll have some data that we feel like will be a little easier to dig into.
And are the teachers going to be trained insofar as how to mete out discipline?
Yes. So obviously, we continue to struggle in this area. So like I said before, at the next principal meeting, we're going to go through it. They're going to be expected to go back to their schools and do the same thing with their schools. That is something we're trying really hard this year, is providing them a model. I'm teaching them. I'm doing it with the principals, just like I want them to go back to their school and do it with their teachers in their building. So yes, we'll be revisiting this. Every time you get a new crop of teachers, this looks different. So it's not something we can do. It's not a one and done. We have to continually be educating our teachers on what this looks like.
One of the criticism I'm hearing is that some principals, as well as some teachers, because they haven't been properly taught how to discipline or hold in their anger, and it's easier said than done, is that they're escalating the situation. So I'm hoping you're teaching them how to disengage, if at all possible. I'm not suggesting if someone is taking a frontal assault, but sometimes words, you just have to defer.
Yeah, and what we are referring to is you all already have in your regulation of policy 4309 what is supposed to be done for level 1, 2, 3s, and 4s, and it's just a matter of, as these long-term suspensions have come through, and just this week I've sent to Dr. Miller a case where this was not a long-term suspension case. It was, we need to go back to the policy and adhere to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Profanity is not a long-term.
But you do need to know that in the previous, up until now, where we're making these changes, and is that Dr. Miller has been very adamant that she wanted to support the principal. So I have told her, do not approve them until they go, let them go through our process, and then we can make a recommendation to her. And so we're just trying to iron some of these things out to make sure that all kids are being treated the same and they're treated fairly across our district.
And I also want the principals to know that they put the work into documenting and sending that we're not just going to, if they feel like it's a safety issue, I want to trust our leaders when they tell me this kid does not need to be in our school right now for whatever reason. I want to support them because it's a safety issue. We can't just put kids out because they're insubordinate or they roll their eyes, or I mean, we would have very few middle school kids right in the building because, in middle school, they're kind of starting to get those, talking back to their parents, we all know, right? So the thing we need to do is try to keep them in school and teach them the appropriate response so that, again, they're life ready and you're going to disagree with your supervisor when they're at work. How do you handle that? What's the way you just don't go do some of the things that middle school kids do. But at the same time, if it's a safety issue, I take a hard stance that our staff needs to feel safe in their buildings.
All right, Ms. Stacy?
So just, I totally agree with Ms. Clark. We've got to educate beginning teachers. We also have to, in some cases, educate our students about the kinds of behavior that can land them in trouble. And I just want to thank Jennifer Wagner on this issue, because she and I sat down with our court counselors who were mentioning to me, and some other work that I do, they really felt like some of our students didn't really understand that getting into a fight on a bus is the kind of situation that can land you in juvenile court. So, so she has developed, with their help, a poster that just sort of highlights some of these things. Now, obviously, it should be obvious, I would hope, but, you cannot take illicit drugs on school property. So we didn't put that on the poster because that should be obvious. But, that's a common thing. But, disorderly conduct, spitting at a school employee, at a teacher, there's a lot of conduct that I think sometimes our students don't think, oh, well, I'm just engaging with another student, and then it spills over into involving a staff member or an SRO, and then you are assaulting a school officer. So I just want to thank Jennifer for doing, she has enough on her plate, but we've got to try and educate our students too about these are our expectations and have them be as clear as we can, and also do it in a way, communicate those expectations in a way that students can actually kind of pay attention to that. So thank you for that.
And I just wanted to know, I wasn't just talking about beginning teachers.
I know.
Seasoned teachers sometimes become entrenched in their ways. They need to be redirected.
Absolutely.
You hear me, seasoned teachers? I used to be one of them.
We talked at our last Leadership Academy that sarcasm is not a teaching strategy. It is an escalation device, right? It escalates behaviors.
Touche.
All right, Ms. Kitzinger?
I don't know if you remember or not, but in the second semester of last school year, during one of these discipline presentations, I believe I had asked or made mention of one of these particular subjects for offenses was, how is it worded? Inappropriate use of electronic devices. And I said, well, that could have been, a computer or the school-issued tablet or a cell phone. And can we break that up somehow? And then we implemented the no cell phone policy. Is there any way, or maybe, I don't know that we have, but can we get some maybe feedback or data on how schools are doing with no cell phones? Or how that's going so far now that we're coming up on the end of the first semester?
We can, as long as they put in the comment that it was behavior due to the cell phone use, we can pull a report for everything about the cell phone. We can do that.
And see if I can jump in here, you're exactly right. What happens to Ms. Clark's point is they tell the student to put the cell phone away and they don't do it, so then they write them up for insubordination. But it was really connected to a cell phone. So we can go and look at that. I do know some of the principals, and I shared with the board, they're tracking what it looked like last year and what it looked like this year, and some of the places that they typically use a cell phone at lunch or at, we've seen a drastic decline in behaviors in those areas, and also for principals that have put things in place where kids like to just hang out, like breakfast. They've done some things different and got a little bit of pushback, but when kids hang out together and have no purpose, that's when things can escalate. So thinking through that and looking at the data, some of the schools have made changes and have seen a drastic decline in fights, affrays, different things that happen during those times. So it's commendable that our schools and school leadership teams are looking at that data and making changes, not just based on academics, but behaviors. They're seeing it in these particular areas. So what can we do about it as a team to lessen the opportunities for students to make bad choices in some of those places? And we're seeing that be very effective based on last year's data and this year's data.
Right then?
Our students have anything to that?
I was wondering that too. How are you guys doing with no cell phones?
I personally think we're doing better than what we were doing in previous years. I think that
we're more engaged in class. And there is a downfall at lunch and breakfast, so we can't have them. But like you said, there hasn't been as many fights. There's been some, but there has been a downfall.
You're actually talking to one another again, right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're actually going to get finance up before lunch today.
Lunch is here now.
Well, let's go ahead and do finance. I've already,
You might do a couple of items, but it could take a while, so that's pretty.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Maybe tick off a couple of items and then break.
Can we do closed session over, do a working lunch? So that
Yes,
way,
I would definitely encourage
because
that.
I have a doctor's appointment at 2:30.
All right, so why don't we go ahead, these are just under finance fund amendments, right? Yeah, so I think we should, come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I never get to say good morning. I always have to say good afternoon. Yeah, this never happens. Okay, so let's see, what do we have today to talk about? Fund 8. Our first budget amendment is for Fund 8. It's fairly routine. It is budget amendment number 4, and it increases our other restricted funds budget by $147,033. You'll see that it includes funds for supplies, materials, and equipment purchases by schools that they're sending in matching dollars for. Also, receipts for our NC Pre-K program and family literacy childcare program. Nothing super out of the ordinary there.
All right, any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion that we approve amendment number 4.
So move.
Second.
All right, moved in second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right hand, and it passes.
Thank you. Second item is state funds, budget amendment number 2. As we're all excited to know, we have a state budget now, and we actually got federal allotments just this week. It's a miracle. So we can stop trying to, bounce around costs, and we can put them where they go in the correct federal PRCs and move along. So state budget amendment number 2 increases our school state budget by $2.9 million. You will see that it is a fairly lengthy amendment because, first of all, it's adjusting our planning allotments, which is what we based our budget off of in June, to our actual allotments received. It also includes carryover funds for PRC 069, which is our at-risk student funds, PRC 15, which is technology, and PRC 39, which is our SRO grant. It does include a North Carolina virtual schools reduction, which we receive every year based on the number of students that are attending North Carolina virtual public schools. And they included the bonus funds for principals, which were paid out in October based on growth scores. And we received our low wealth supplemental funds, which we will need to bring back to the board and discuss how we want to structure those payments this year. The only additional change that was made, and you'll see that it is part of the adopted budget, the state changed PRC 6 and PRC 7. Previously, we had school psychologists in PRC 6, and PRC 7 was instructional support, which included guidance counselors, media, nurses, and things of that nature. Now they have changed PRC 6 to read school health allotment. I'm not sure why the change, because basically you can pay either category out of 6 now, with the exception of guidance. So guidance will still remain in PRC 7. PRC 6 will now include social workers, nurses, and counselors. So they basically split the pot of money. And if you look at that item on the actual budget amendment, you'll see an increase for PRC 6 and a decrease for PRC 7 of almost the same amount. So that's basically what's happening there. Not a huge change, just people will be paid out of a different pot of money. Still the same group of people. Do you have any questions about the state budget amendment?
Ms. Stacy?
Just one. So on the low wealth issue, which I know we spoke about numerous times, prior to the state budget being finalized, we've got a decrease there, right?
In the low wealth PRC 31?
Yeah.
Yes, a small one.
So when they, so I just need to understand that because I did have, conversations with legislators, but they are still planning a technical corrections bill, is my understanding. So I guess my question is, are we still in as bad a position as we thought we were going to be?
No,
We're not.
We're not. The funding is much better than what original projections were.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that's obviously not a big
Right,
hit. But,
right.
But it's, so are we on par essentially where we were the prior budget year?
We're very close.
Okay.
I think there was still a small difference. I believe that was in our original adopted budget. It was probably a difference of 140 or 150,000.
Okay.
But it's not significant like the initial estimate was.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes. And the only other change I did want to mention is the state kind of did away with, for years, we've had PRC 130, which was textbooks that you ordered from a state warehouse, and PRC 131 was digital textbooks and subscriptions. Well, they've decided after, a million years of people not using textbooks that they would move all the money to 131.
Okay.
So that's the other in and out that you see at the very end of that amendment, is moving all the funding into the 131, which is digital resources, which is actually a good thing for us.
All right, I would entertain a motion that we approve State Fund Amendment Number 2.
I so move.
Second.
All right, all in favor, let it be known by the raising of your right hand. Thank you.
All right, next up is local current expense, budget amendment number 5, and it increases our local current expense fund by $202,938. You will see that this budget amendment increases our allotment in PRC 009, which is non-contributory employee benefits. That is the PRC that we use to pay our local teacher supplements. And because we have such a large number of staff that are instructional staff, it's not just a teacher supplement, it's an instructional supplement. So we pay that supplement to guidance counselors as well, and other categories of employees. We needed to increase the budget in PRC 9 in order to pay the 10.5% supplement to all of our instructional staff. So that adjustment is an allocation from fund balance to adjust that number for the raises that were received. And until we knew what the final number was, it was not something that we could calculate or estimate. The second item on that local current expense amendment is basically reallocating some athletic supply funds for one of our middle schools. They had an outstanding order at June 30th that was just received and invoiced. So we rolled that amount of money over. For a while, we were unsure if they were going to receive the items or not. So they have received the items, and we wanted to reallocate that budget to that school to pay for those items. The third item is to allocate funding to provide a monthly stipend for assistant band directors at all 3 of our high schools, and to increase the stipend for middle school band directors from $90 a month to $150 per month. What we were seeing was that the assistant band directors were working a lot of hours on weekends and going to competitions, and they weren't getting any additional pay. So we're correcting that in the local music program budget for this year. Any questions?
All right, hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion that we pass the local current expense budget amendment number 5.
So moved.
Moved in second. All in favor, let it be known by the raising of your right hand. Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, federal funds budget amendment number 3. This is a very small amendment that is basically recognizing carryover in one of our ESSER 3 budgets. It's the Summer Career Accelerator budget that is being adjusted to reflect carryover. You will have more federal adjustments next month since we just received those numbers this week. But for now, this just increases our federal budget for those carryover dollars. Any questions?
All right, no questions. I would entertain a motion that we approve federal fund budget amendment number 3.
So move.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by the raising of your right hand. And motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one is school nutrition funds, amendment number 3, and that increases our Craven County Schools nutrition budget by $40,000. This is basically recognizing funds received for a grant. It is the ADFP Trust Grant for the Farm to School project, and the grant funds are provided for the period from October 1st of 2023 to September 30th of 2025. Any questions on that one?
All right, Ms. Stacy.
So, yeah, just wondering, do you know, what is ADFP? Is that, I mean, it's not,
I
it's
can
not
find out.
Department of Ag, because that would be a different acronym. I was just curious.
I can
Whose
find out
grant
for you.
It was.
And send that out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Want to know who to thank for the money, you know?
Farming Burgers, North Carolina Agricultural Development and Farmland Preservation.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. All right, any other questions? All right, I would entertain a motion that we approve School Nutrition Fund Amendment number 3.
So move.
Second.
Moved in second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by the raising of your right hand.
All right. Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
thank you. Look at there. Got it done.
Look at there.
All right, that brings us to our break, which we will break for lunch. And since we're going to break for lunch, we will do a working lunch today. I would entertain a motion that we enter into closed session.
So
to-
moved. Oh, yep, sorry.
That's fine. To consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of the appointment of a public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6, and to consult with attorney in order to protect the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which is privilege hereby acknowledged, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Chairman Netting, do we need a report or comments from anyone who might be leaving before we go into our closed session? Students or parent?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Anybody got any comments from our parents or student representatives?
I'm not the hearing list, but you might have a, I wouldn't know it's
Uh-oh.
Sorry?
All right.
Second.
So moved.
So moved, second.
needs a
Any other discussion? All right. Did you want to say anything?
Well, we can pass that microphone.
Be sure? Okay, all right.
We have public input tonight.
Yeah, we do have public input tonight. All right, any other discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by the raising of your right hand. And motion passes. We're in closed session. We'll break. There. All right. I call this meeting back to order. The board met in closed session. Moving right along to our next agenda item. That brings us to, let me find my place here, under Systems and Operations, and we invite Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't guess I'll ever be able to say good morning. But anyway, that's a whole different story. And I'm pitch hitting for Mr. Williams today, who's out of the office. I have two items today for consideration for approval. The first one is a remediation and cleaning service for Havelock Elementary. The service will cost approximately $400,000 and will be paid using ESSER funds. This work is to include the cleaning of wall surfaces and ductwork, and the work will be completed during winter break. So a little bit of background on this. At the end of the summer, we discovered that we had some fungal growth on surfaces at Havelock Elementary. So what we did was we immediately did some HVAC modifications to run constant dehumidification in the building. We went in and did cleaning of the surfaces by our custodial staff, and we also had a limited mold assessment done by an environmental company. The results of that came back, and even though they were not terrible, they were to a level that we were not comfortable proceeding with cleaning or taking care of this ourselves. It's under control. We cleaned all the surfaces, and we're in constant communication with the administration in the school, but we still feel like we need to have it professionally cleaned because that was one of the recommendations for the company that went in and did the assessment. Again, this would happen over Christmas break. We didn't want to disturb school because, parts of the building will have to be closed off and cleaned properly. And this will also, as I said, will include the duct work, which we really do not have the ability to do. We have to contract that out. One thing that we probably need to consider is we have certain services like this under, I'm going to call it a retainer contract, but it's probably a more legal term than that. We have certain companies available that we can bring in on a quick notice for emergencies. One consideration that we could do for this one is we were going with the company that we currently have under contract that will be updated, but we could take this out to a request for quote from different companies and just make sure that we're looking at the numbers properly. We wanted to do it as quickly as we can, but that, if the board so chooses, then we can take that under consideration and actually proceed that way.
Okay. Ms. Muse?
For the quote that we have with this current company right here,
Yes, ma'am.
based upon the profound expense that we were unaware of because they just did it at Tucker Creek.
At Tucker Creek, yes, ma'am.
At this point, I don't feel comfortable using this company at all.
Okay.
Anymore because of that. So before we just give them the green light to go ahead, this absolutely needs to be put out for bid.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, Ms. Stacy?
So, I think I speak for a lot of people in this county when I say that I've during Florence, I've spent a lot of time with remediation companies, and it was not always a pleasant experience. In fact, I almost sued mine. So, all that is to say that I am always skeptical of their estimates. So I guess my first question is who did the original testing of the mold? It was not.
It was not them.
It was not
no,
them,
they do
right?
not test. It's Matrix. It's another environmental company
Okay.
that does the actual testing.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, it's unfortunate how these things happen after a disaster. So I understand the need to have people get in the building quickly. I also know that lots of people were taken advantage of in that situation following Florence. I don't want us to be taken advantage of. And it just so happened at the convention we attended, and I see Mr. Manning has the same card I do. We ran into a company that provides basically this service in like 18 states, and they'd been in Dare County last week or recently, and I just I tend to feel like I would, knowing what I know now about how some of these companies operate, I would always prefer to get a couple estimates, so
Okay.
that would be
Yes, ma'am.
my request as well.
We can definitely proceed that way. And we're not in such a state. Tucker was a little bit different in that we had open school. So we were
Right.
we were under the gun, so to speak, at Tucker, and we had to get a lot of people in the building in a short amount of time to get it ready for opening. Right now, this is not at the level that we have
there.
time. We have a
Okay.
little bit of time. Now, it could blow up and we need
Right.
to, react a little bit quicker, but I think for right now, we could step back and take a little bit more time.
And as I understand, the Tucker Creek situation was an ongoing one for many years, right?
It has been, yes, ma'am.
Is this situation sort of a newer development?
It's more a direct humidity result, and it's not so much the inaccuracy of the heating and air conditioning system.
Okay.
So they are very different, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And I would just say that I, underscore that as well, that getting more quotes would be, I think, beneficial, advantageous, so.
And, one approach that we could take is to actually get standing quotes from 4 or 5 companies, and that's what we did. And Enviro Assessments East is one of those companies. That was done before under Mr. Russell when he was facilities director. So that could be an approach that we take as well. So we have 3 or 4 on call that, we're very comfortable with, and then we can proceed that way. Okay, so more to come on that, thank you. And then the next one is much easier. It's a chiller replacement at Havelock High School. We had a chiller go out in the vocational area of Havelock High, if that makes any reference to the board. We were able to rent a chiller through the heating or through the summer to get through the school year, but it now needs to be replaced before the next need for it arises next summer. And there was 4 bids, and MetWorks was lowest at $128,500.
All right, any questions for Mr. Lee? All right, hearing none, this would require board approval. Would I have a motion that we accept this bid and approve it?
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved in second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please let it be known by the raising of your right hand, and the motion passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Ms. Wagner.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Except for Ms. Clark. I have one.
Oh, Kelly gave you hers?
Yes, Heather gave me hers. Okay, good afternoon. As the finale today for presentations, I have an opportunity to spread some holiday cheer and bring to you today the submissions for the holiday art card. So we had 12 entries, and I know that this is a challenge every year because they are all very worthy of being the representation of Craven County Schools from the Board of Education. So we have 5 schools that are represented today, ranging from elementary to high school, which is nice because we haven't always had that variety from elementary all the way to our highest grades. So you have an opportunity to vote today to select the card that you would like to represent Craven County Schools. And these cards are sent across the state to other school districts, as well as our elected officials and our community members and leaders as well. So if you don't mind, once you've had an opportunity to look at all 12, if you will put on a Post-it your favorite, and then hopefully we'll not have a tie and have, since all 7 are voting, we shouldn't have a tie.
We need to put our name.
You don't have to. And then I'll come around and collect.
You get a vote?
Here, Jennifer.
I don't want to, it's hard.
I know, it's really hard.
Thank you. You want to change? No? Okay.
Great card. I bet so too. I'm glad.
And last year, they as well were all so good that Dr. Miller decided to select one to be her superintendent's card. Okay, so I have 6 entries. Did I miss somebody's? I got hers. Did I get one from you, Mr. Ipock?
Yes, ma'am.
I did? I got Kelly's. Was this yours or was this Miss Clark's?
Oh, that's me.
Okay, I don't have one from Miss Clark. No, I have 6 different ones.
Oh, gosh.
Never had this happen before.
Okay, well, we can take a second vote tonight.
So, what would you like to do? That's never happened. And Miss Clark didn't leave one.
So you have 6 different ones?
I do. Everybody selected a different one.
Let's.
Oh, actually, that's not true. Okay, sorry. All right, so we have 2 that are the same. So, that's it. Okay, so if you will scroll to number 12, please. I know. So that will be the card that will represent Craven County Schools from the Board of Education, and then Dr. Miller will have an opportunity to select hers from the others. And then we will use all of the images throughout the holiday season on social media and for other announcements and in times when there are images that are needed. So that'll be our card. And if you're interested to know what school that is, it is from Havelock High School. Yes, so. And the other thing that I have to share today that is also holiday related was to remind you that we'll need to do our Board of Education holiday picture. So if you all want to dress in your holiday best on December 12th, that we will take your picture at sometime during the work session. So we can do it during a break or at the conclusion or whenever you feel is best.
Will Mrs. Nelder send out a reminder?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. That concludes my report today.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
Thank you.
All right, next up is policy, and we have first reading of several first read for policy. And these will be first reading in November, and then second reading and adoption in December. Are there any questions?
No, I just, I have a comment on B, policy 2330. I just want to point this out for the benefit of the board. I think, I'll give everybody a minute to pull it up.
Okay.
So, so this revises our current policy such that, I'll let everybody look at it. Once we have approved the agenda at the start of the meeting, in order to then amend the agenda and add an item, a 2/3 vote of the board would be required to do that, just consistent with revisions to Robert's rules. And I think that also would mean that we probably should eliminate the bin items, because that is a way of essentially amending the agenda and circumventing our own rules. I understand that that was sort of a leftover of what teachers like to do in classrooms, sort of a preview of tomorrow's lesson. But I think that in the interest of being respectful of everybody's time, I think typically we know if we're going to amend the agenda when we start the meeting, don't you think? So I think eliminating the bin, and then if people have other comments or celebrations, there's still an opportunity to do that, but not an opportunity to throw something in.
I do feel like it's, can I speak? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, yes.
I do feel like it's important for us to, I do feel like it's important for us to have a time or a set place on the agenda at our at the end of our meetings, not just for celebrations, but for just general comments. So I don't know if maybe we need to rename the celebration part, because it is important for us to have celebrations, but sometimes there's just general comments that maybe we want to make, or maybe general conversations we want to have quickly at the end of a meeting. statements.
On our
I don't know how else to say it, but, you
On our
know.
Thursday night board meeting, we always do usually have celebrations. I
That's
think
a-
this
yeah.
would more impact our Tuesday board work session meetings.
I'm
Plus or
kind of
minuses?
talking about it at the end of both meetings.
So, both meetings, okay.
Mm.
So you don't feel like the, I'm sorry, you don't feel like the plus delta is adequate to?
I do. I just don't feel like we really get a lot of meat out of the plus deltas. Never mind. I think, no, I don't think I'm wording it correctly. I don't like how loud my voice is in that either.
So I think that's, let me just check my notes. I think that was the only one I had a specific, I don't comment on. Many of these are, many of these are really required by virtue of the Parents' Bill of Rights. That's the case with 3210, 3540. I don't think that's, I don't think that's the case for 3620. 4309 is Parents' Bill of Rights, right? 4720, Parents' Bill of Rights, as is 6120 and 7300. I think the others just came in the sort of regular course of business from the School Boards Association. 7820, I actually had to dig for the change. At first, I didn't see it the first couple times I looked at it. It's very minor statutory reference correction. And I'm going to ask Ms. Lee, were you interested in us moving on some of these more quickly?
So just a reminder that these that are already affected by parents' bill of rights are already in general statute. They already are. So as quickly as we can get these approved, so we can put them on our webpage, the sooner we'll be in compliance with that.
Right.
Are these recommendations from the School Board Association?
All of these. The only one that has anything, so there's two that have a little bit of difference, and that would be
3210.
3210, which is the parental inspection and objection to instructional materials. We made it a little bit, we kind of put the
tweaked that.
process into the policy. And then survey of students, that one, the only difference from the School Board Association is that we added our Board of Barrington and Smith, the Board of Attorneys. They sent us an opportunity that they would like for us to consider, instead of it just saying that the parent is notified by written, it also has and/or electronic.
Yeah, electronic.
So that's the only differences that would be different from the School Board Association.
And of course, we forward our changes back to the School Board Association for reconsideration.
Yes, we do that. So we could adopt those, we could obviously go ahead and do those today if we had if we voted unanimously to do that. Of course, we have two board members who aren't here, so.
We just put it on the consent agenda.
Mr. Gash will suggest.
Oh, that's right, we would be fine.
Yeah. So am I hearing add this to the consent agenda with the rest of our policies that will be second read for the month of November, that these would go ahead and also take in effect tonight after our meeting? Is everybody good with that? Let's move it to our tonight meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Just the school, the parents' bill of rights.
All of them, that's what I'm hearing, is that
All
right?
first read.
Duties of officers doesn't have any compelling.
Right, duties of officers doesn't have any compelling reason.
We need to do that, but the rest of them, I think that, and nor does the
unmanned drones.
board meeting agenda.
Right. So 2210, 2330, 4334, The school nutrition ones, those don't have to be done. 6220, 6230, 6330, 6402, 7232. So that last
I'll give
bunch,
her a list.
yeah, we can defer those to second read for next month.
Which is consistent with our policy.
Right.
Right, that's true.
Procedures.
Yep.
All right, we're good with that? That would bring us then, unless there's any other discussion on that, I don't want to miss anybody. Did you have anything, Mr. Alvaro? Okay, then that brings us to our second read policies for this month. Are there any questions on any of these second read? If not, then these will be in the consent agenda at our meeting tonight. All right, hearing no discussion on that, then that brings us to our bin items for this meeting. Any bin items from board members? All right.
Come on. I got nothing.
All right, then that brings us to, we've already had our break and closed session, so that brings us to our meeting evaluation, and with that, I would ask Dr. Miller to facilitate an evaluation of today's meeting.
I'd be happy to. So in thinking about what helped you accomplish your goals as a board, what worked today? What pluses do we have? Things that you want to continue to do, what pluses?
I think we just had good information and good data, and everybody was prepared to answer questions, and I feel like everybody got their questions answered well today.
All right, other pluses?
I think we had very good input from Principal of the Year, Teacher of the Year. Not as much as I would have liked from students, but that's okay. But yes, everybody participated. That was helpful.
All right, other pluses? All right, and
Good lunch.
That's always important. In thinking about how to get better, an effort to continuously improve, the delta not being a negative, but it would be even better if. How can we as staff or the board improve to accomplish your goals? What would be even better?
Tighter control of the temperature.
Yeah, it was a little cold.
We're going to have like little cards you hold up, and that's my cue to get up and turn it. So we'll work on that.
Heather?
Heather's taking notes. I'll do the temperature.
Need cards.
All right, it would be even better if, and you know, one person's going to hold up like the cold and one will hold up
Right.
the hot, so I'm going to have to stand up there and, yeah.
You get a fan.
You're going to have to have a mediator for
That's
temperature
right.
control.
Reach consensus, right? Any other deltas? What would be even better that we can work together to improve? All right, that's all I have then.
All right, thank you. Well, with that being said, I would entertain a motion that we adjourn the November 16th work session.
So
moved. Second.
Moved in second, any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by the raising of your right hand. We are adjourned.